all, and welcome. I'm
Theoretically.
your not so hollow game master TJ, and this is Dice of Ages presenting CrestVahllen, the Baker's Dozen. Hello, say hello, my word well-wall travelers.
Hi, hello.
Oh my God, hello.
Wall travelers.
Nope,
What?
I missed it.
Hello.
Yep, off to a great start. Oh no, what happened? Why
I thought
is that
wave word
happening?
was a pun because we were waving.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, it could be, but I don't think that was the intention. So, yeah. Hello, wayward well-wall travelers. Last we left off, we're just going to jump right into it. Last we left off, I have my recap here.
And just remember.
Yes, I'm going to read it verbatim. Here we go. Within the confines of the mirror-clad chambers of the Ehrenbach estate on the 1st of Achiel, Tammy continues to hurriedly draw the transportation circle destined for the Sutamabura as his doppelganger subdues the dragon-clawed threat with but a candlestick holder. The turquoise tamarind warns that the transportation spell may be skewed by the estate's magics, but, nevertheless, agrees to jump into the flickering unknown with the Baker's Dozen. However, the dragonoid's portent proves true as the group is separated throughout reality. As the first through the veil, Tammy finds himself alone, plummeting towards an ocean, but quickly focuses his magic to take flight and begin canvassing the endless blue horizon for his friends. After endeavoring to double-tap the prone doctor, Nakano and Misheni follow through the active circle together. Suddenly, their minds and bodies begin to blur together as they crash through the broadside of multiple well walls continuums before being deposited into the vacuous and weightless environment of space. Tamarind enters next, suddenly disoriented below brackish waves. As the last through, a scoop's image flickers terrifyingly before disappearing, to the horror of the freshly arrived half-elven staffer. Sputtering back into an existence high above the clouds, the fear bulg accelerates into an immediate freefall. The sea foam-scaled stranger eventually breaks the surface, materializing a large yellow rubber ducky as a mounted flotation device, allowing the high-flying sorcerer to spot him with ease. The Blue Brothers continue the hunt for the rest of the party as a high-speed ducky tubing duo. The Beast of Shylong continues to plummet through the clouds, bending the sudden storm to his will as a conduit of lightning, and buffering his fall with a swell of a giant oceanic water droplet. The pale priest somehow befriends an enormous great white shark that aggressively provides a lift, and the boys soon reunite upon the waves, a scoop then sending to Misheni in worried confusion. With blood boiling and limbs flailing, Na Sheni uses fiery thrusters to maneuver through the abyss towards one of the 3 moons that encircle a large blue marble. Their target moon bearing striking similarity to the planetoid that bestowed the Death Warden title. They hurtle towards an Icarus mass on the dark side of the said moon, noticing an active well wall at its center, entangled by the roiling black. The singular duo clumsily collaborates in an effort to deactivate the portal using a portion of catalyst dust during the last moments of passing through the portal, preventing the inky tendrils from continuing to spill forth into the continuum. Within the in-between, the Mayitan senses her twin's presence, enabling her to separate the Ibkest's essence from her own. Misheni then receives a scoop's missive and replies before shunting back into existence, falling slowly with the aid of Arcana towards the embrace of the sea and towards the rest of the group. A Drakesh-fueled ducky dinghy and a berry-enticed shark propel the Baker's Dozen toward what seemed to be the Sutamabura. However, after boarding, the gang learned that this ship is actually the Spice of the Sea, and Chef Tamarind is welcomed back to the Michelin-starred schooner by an excited crew. Some familiar faces create an eerie encounter for the Baker's Dozen, as this reality seems to be a world that is mirrored to their own. Delectable scents waft through the air as the group prepares for cocktail hour in the head chef's suite, regaling each other with the tales of what they experienced during their tumbles through the in-between. Dressed to the nines and ready for a 7-course meal at this premier floating restaurant, the band begins conversing over the parallels of their realms on the evening of the 2nd of Awkward, wondering if alternate timelines, different dimensions, and/or time travel are at play. Between otherworldly dishes, the lively culinary host speaks of his childhood, and the 2 scaled dragon folk reminisce about their hometowns. Familiar glints in the blue boy's eyes cause the others to ponder how abilities from one creature's organs may be used by another if properly transplanted, recalling the flashing orbitals of Lady Masha. Discourse continues as Tamarin elaborates on his and the other Tammy's captivity within the bowels of the Ehrenbach estate. His lack of knowledge about the corruption of the deep is followed by a mention of this world's Sakura Blossom War at the site of the cherry blossom sample in Masheni's vial-filled necklace. He explains that there was no known cure, at which the Anima Jinn plucks the only sample of a proven cure from her person. During dessert, the chef uses his lifelong love of spices and ability to reach into other realities for otherworldly ingredients to decipher the cure's constituent materials, concluding that the urine produced after consuming this evening's meal is identical to the antidote. They gather samples using the scientist's spare vials and bid adieu to their host as they decide to venture back to their own version of the world with the effort of Tamarin's concerted rift magic. The group is led to the star on the deck of the ship as the party tethers themselves to each other, soon vanishing as they are aggressively transported back into the well-wall continuum, a final vial of urine serving as a gifted reminder of their time here. So, we start right back up with you falling through the well-wall continuum, but Masheni had, just as she entered the well-wall continuum, cast flight on herself. And since you guys are all tethered together, she's kind of acting like a kite, and you as the tail of the kite, if that, makes sense. So we're going to have a little bit of proper music here, because things are going a little crazy. And why not? Let's put the lights to the well wall lights. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For
For
PJ
us.
and I.
Alexa, make the lights blue.
Ooh. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
All right.
So.
Sorry, Cam.
Cam,
Oh,
just
oh,
get with
Blue
it.
Filter. Yeah.
Hold on. He's like, hold on, I have a left
And turn
flashlight.
that one on.
Yeah.
Yeah, turn on everything.
Yeah, that's what I like to see, Sean. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
That's
There we
the
go.
money shot right there.
Alexa, turn
Whoa,
the lights
you
blue.
saw, yeah. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. We also have these LEDs that are just going like rainbow
there we
stuff behind
go.
us.
There we
Perfect.
go.
Yeah. So
Hell
y'all are
yeah.
falling through the well wall continuum, and Sheni has taken flight. So even though you are in this type of zero-G environment, you recall and you have experienced many times before how these have, just like a river, there is a downstream to these wormholes of these well wall continuums, these cylinders that kind of wormhole through and have these yellow and blue and purple warblings on the edges of them. And you do feel like you are somewhat weightless, but still being pulled downstream rather rapidly from this well wall. However,
Cam, did you put your
as-
PC on your head?
No, it's a refrigerator.
Oh, okay.
You're so cool. That's
What?
What?
is that an
Whoa.
AC? Oh, is that
What
a is
the
that
hell?
a Minecraft like dude?
Oh,
Okay, all right.
It's a
bro,
Minecraft,
that's
like,
so
creeper.
Cool.
Oh.
That's
A
really
little
cool.
refrigerator.
That's
That's
really cool.
That's
ridiculous.
amazing.
Okay, the things we do for love. So, so you guys are falling through. Masheni does have control over you. However, you are still acting like the whipping tail of a long-tailed creature. You guys are at complete mercy of the momentum of Masheni. You can attempt to try to slow your speed if you want, go against the stream, because you can create your own leverage as flight. But with limited success, we'll see how that works. But I think one of the things you realize is that you were jettisoned into this continuum, not from perhaps one of the ends of it, or not from where the circle of the cylinder may be, but like kind of broke through the side of it, like you when Misheni and Misheni and you didn't make the deal.
Damn it, motherfucker! Damn it. I'm making the deal now.
Okay,
It's
fine.
All right.
When
all right.
Misheni and Nakano were fused together in this like weird Cronenberg thing, as they go like pew, 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 kept bashing broadside like Juggernaut through a bunch of walls, through well walls. That's how you enter this particular continuum, and you do definitely feel your momentum trying to jettison you to the other side. Almost broadside, but you're still caught by the current of the stream, so it pushes you in kind of a diagonal rather than just straight across. But do you have a moment to control your leverage here if you want to do something?
Quick grab on. We can make a circle and maybe it'll be a little bit better. I don't know. We can try. You're really dark, a scoop. I can't. Wait. Okay. I think I can see you. All right, there
A
we go.
scoop is like hasn't
Oh,
so the
nice.
tail of the kite hasn't
it.
like fully emptied and entered like the continuum, like the wormhole of the continuum yet. So that shattered part of the wormhole just opens to abyss, and the scoop is still on the last end of the tether in the tail, just in the abyss, being like seeing all of you guys enter the wormhole, and he's still back there. Like, and it looks, seeing as you're like going sideways now, the momentum of that could have him and the rope scrape against the now very sharp side of the wormhole and maybe cut the rope, or like have a scoop just grace up against what would be very sharp reality.
So, but because I can control, I can control the flying a little bit.
You can, yeah.
So I will try to like pull and grab you away from the wall, and we can.
Okay, you want to like
create,
circle
like
back?
a skydiving circle almost. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So you try to do like a great arc and try to circle back. Cool. Scoop, why don't you roll a dexterity saving throw? Why don't you both roll dexterity saving throws? Or let's both roll dexterity saving throws. Because if you get hold of a scoop, you kind of complete the circle.
By the way, we never slept, right? We never took a long
No.
rest.
No, you
No.
just had
Yeah.
that short rest during the 7-course meal.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like their months were in that other alternate, whatever that was, their months were like called awkward. So it was technically like the next day. So like a day has passed, but you haven't really, yeah.
So,
A day
Sorry.
here is 12 years over there.
so I got a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. What'd you get, a scoop?
A natural 20.
A
Oh,
natural
shit.
20. Nice.
Wow.
So
Yes.
the change in lighting is appropriate as you see a Scoop's like face and eye as he just like his face looks panicked as his face is about to go literally onto the edge of what looks like broken glass, but it's just the broken edge of reality. So who knows what would happen if the sharp edge of reality would pierce somebody's body. And you like
kinda
grab
curious.
him, and just like at the very last second, as the camera zooms in upon his eye unblinking and the sharp edge of point of reality about to pierce his actual eyeball, get yanked away by your hand and pulled out as you begin to then rotate as a circle and get pulled a little bit by the current, now in that kind of skydiving circle. You are still, because of the current, the circle maintains that way just for a little bit before, as Misheni is on the downstream side, the circle kind of collapses in because the people on the upstream side don't have leverage. And then as you come back around, you can break yourself and cause the circle to then expand to its full perimeter again. You understand what I'm saying? Like it deflates when the people that can't fly are on the upstream side as it kind of crumples, and then as it rotates again, Misheni, you are on the upstream side and you're able to pull to allow the circle to get rigid again.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So, but you are continuing to rotate. Does that make sense? Do you understand?
Okay, so we're rotating. and
So imagine
stretched
if
and,
if I just had a circle of rope. Imagine I had a circle of
Yeah.
rope and I kept it taut. If I put it in something that was pushing on one side, it would crumple, right? It
Yeah.
would kind of like,
Yeah.
and so, but if I
the force of
hooked a hook to one side and then kept that taut, as that then became upstream, it would fold out and be big again, right?
Yeah.
And you are serving as that like leverage of creating it taut. But if you're on the downstream side, the other side will just kind of push it. That make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
As we experience yet another multi-dimensional horror, can I can I ask an Arcana question?
Absolutely, yeah.
Does this happen every time we do teleportation circle, or is this just because we came from a crazy place?
I thought that was the old well walls.
It's the well wall stuff.
It is mostly has to do with the well wall continuum. There have been moments where you may actually. Well, you haven't casted transportation circle any other.
Well,
time
I did
other
coming
than,
out of. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering if
that was
it's
the
like,
first time you did it, right?
if it's like gonna be normal or if it's always gonna be insane.
How would you? I mean, you roll.
Oh,
an
I
Arcana
guess
check.
we did take a teleportation circle to
Damn it.
Sarn Low,
Mhm.
and it was like fine. Right? It wasn't like crazy. We just
Right,
got
you
there.
did
Yeah.
do that. I
Yeah.
don't remember. I don't remember if I described the you passing through the well wall continuum. At all.
No, I don't think we had to do anything. I think we just appeared.
Yeah.
But did I describe you passing through?
Yeah, I think so, but I don't think it was like
It was very brief.
our faces were gonna get scraped on
So
multi-dimensional
go ahead and roll an
glass
Arcana
and
check
shit.
to see what
Okay.
information you can glean here. As you're like, is this gonna be forever?
15.
15. You think it's probably a sliding scale. If you like really know where you're going, there's a chance that you could possibly have a brief stint in the well wall as the well wall continuum, as like the well wall continuum is a tangled mess of like string theory and reality folding in on itself, and so it essentially is the fastest way to travel if you're folding space to get from one place to another when it comes to teleportation. There are other realms that can be entered by that. Misheni is very well aware of that, and that has made you aware of how her sister has been in things other than perhaps the well wall continuum with like strange otherworldly beings when her event horizon procs.
Well,
and
I
you've
have
been in there with her.
I mean, I'm literally dragged across all the planes of existence.
Yeah, and your essence is not necessarily always aware of that, but yes. So there are perhaps times where you kind of shortcut through the well wall continuum when you do like transportation circle, but when you have that kind of set programmable place, it's pretty much like a roadmap, and so there's not really much that could go wrong, if at all. But when you're doing it ad hoc, like via a well wall or via somebody just trying to like, hey, I'm going to push you into another reality and we'll see if we can fuck shit up and like, do some wonky shit and make a big old rift and see if I can throw you back to your own world. I mean, you are literally trying to break the rules of reality. So it would make sense that you'd be more at the mercy of the well wall continuum and its nature than you would be having that like find the pathway of like proper knowing your destination, having a map, and of that like that transportation circle provides.
Yeah.
With that, you also understand that perhaps just that type of transportation isn't just you disappearing and then reappearing in existence. There is a time where you disappear into another realm, another reality, perhaps another dimension, you don't know, and move through that dimension as a way to fold the space, and then move through that dimension and then like kind of like subspace, and then exit the dimension back into where you were before. And that's how like folding space teleportation works for you. You also then understand you actually do have a bit of an epiphany here. That means like no matter what, almost any time you teleport or bamf, there's a possibility that shit could go wrong, just like there is with teleportation magic. As you remember what happened the first time you guys went through into the well continuum, and when you spent a decent amount of time here, things started to come after you.
Yeah.
So, was there anything else you were trying to glean from that?
No, that's pretty much it.
Okay. So, as I said, you had momentum that was kind of pushing you to the opposite bank of the wormhole.
Yeah.
And the current that's pulling you down the way. You're kind of getting the sense that the following, like there are intended destinations perhaps by these strands of wormholes, and there are ones that like break the mold.
Yeah.
So
Can I try to basically use my ability to sense portals, but like use it in a way where I'm trying to hone in on the one that we're actually trying to go to? It might be, I recognize that like I use this at the
Sure.
Arbok estate and I just sensed like a bunch and I almost like went crazy, but I feel like otherwise maybe we might not get to the right spot.
Right, you're trying to do great. You're trying to tap into that whole like horizon.
Like which one of
stuff.
myselfs is already there?
Right. Okay. Cool. Absolutely. You can. Go ahead and roll. You do like. Did you already use that like primeval ability, or does it like re-up after a short rest?
It re-ups.
Okay, cool.
It
Yeah, so you could
re-ups,
just do the thing. Yeah, why don't you do me a favor? As you're doing that, you can go ahead and like roll a survival check at advantage.
Okay.
That is what I'll let you do
all right.
while
Yeah,
you're
because
using
I know it's
that.
a little. It's
Because
a
this
little
is still
funky.
like, I mean, you're trying to navigate through fifth dimensional space.
There we go. Survival check. That's a 24.
24. Yeah, you get the sense that you got a jaywalk.
Yeah.
Your purpose is to kind of like what you and Nakano did. It's possible that you and Nakano broke through some barriers and ended up in a different reality, or broke through some barriers and eventually ended up back in a different place in the same reality, like from your own world. But you're realizing that by seeing the fork in the road where you could go upstream or downstream and saying no, my way, and pushing through and breaking through the edge of the well wall continuum and then traveling through the endless abyss and hoping to find another well wall to crash into, could possibly push you onto other dimensions, timelines, realities, like a bunch of different things. But it is extremely dangerous because you remember what lurks in those spaces. The in-between of the in-between has had, you've seen, remember that growler thing that had its eyeball in its mouth that got stuck in the web with Nakano before, or Grueler thing, and Tamarin was stuck in it and they just screamed at each other.
Here's the thing though, don't we kind of need to kill more of those things because we're out of the dust? Isn't that how we got dust?
But it's not the same thing. The growler thing is different than the faceless.
Okay.
Yeah, but the faceless are.
Have you met, not your connection with your sister, has the Baker's Dozen met any faceless?
Yeah. We met
Yeah.
them probably like 2 times. 3 times?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, didn't
times.
some like come out during like a portal during a battle or something? No, that was different.
We met some in a portal. One of the first few times. That's how we have
Okay,
most
cool.
of the dust, but we're almost out now.
Right. So you guys know that the longer you linger, the more things sense your presence and try to find you. So if you want, you can linger to hope to
And-
try to get some faceless come out. Now the chance of either faceless or other horrible abominations of like, alternate reality, horrific eldritch entities that might show up, it's a coin flip.
I think you also notice that despite like seeing Misheni tap into this before, like the little fur that I do have, like, because it's like peach fuzz, right? So like it's starting to like glow a little bit with that same blue. And I think you realize that like the longer that we're in here, maybe things might go awry for me too. But
What is glowing blue?
just some of my fur here and there, like
Okay, cool.
cracking through almost a little bit.
Oh, that's actually really interesting. I think a Scoop's probably the only one that notices that because of his high passive perception, especially since you're the one actually holding his hand. As he looks down at you holding his hand, and you see this kind of like crack that's like traveling up from some of her finger and her wrist, like under her fur, and her fur is keeping it mostly kind of like backlit. But then you follow it up her arm, and you see like some type of these like blue cracks. And a Scoop, if you want to, go ahead and roll an Arcana check as you see that.
14.
14. This looks really familiar, but you don't remember from where. Like, it looks really familiar. and like it's like this is something familiar, like this is something I know, like I this is nearby maybe, like I know this, like why, but you can't place it.
With that, I'm also going to mention that I rolled, and I rolled a 1, so I get to pick an ability to replace with Trishani.
Right, because we gave you that extra, like when you enter the continuum, you get to do a thing.
Every single turn.
Right, every single turn.
So ability score that I'm choosing is intelligence.
Fun. Okay, cool.
So just like, what?
So
my mind's opening up.
A Scoop, as you notice this and it's racking your brain, you see like kind of a piece of this like gestalt, ethereal, ghostly like layer of her, like as if it was a copy of her superimposed onto her, kind of separates from her, just like kind of Final Fantasy Spirits Within, how like the soul is ripped out and it looks exactly like that person, but like of like one colorized color and ethereal and ghostly, is you see like a crack kind of break off and a piece of her breaks off, but not her actual physicality. Like a ghost version of her that was occupying the same space of her kind of starts to break off into pieces and assemble itself like falling puzzle pieces that is like only maybe 2 centimeters off kilter, superimposed on her, kind of like a mirror image style, and you see they're almost exactly in their movements, but there are subtle differences, almost like there's a copy of her that's like falling apart and blending and like occupying the same space.
Can I like try to push it in? I know it's just bare hands or and
if you want to push it in, you're gonna have to let go of somebody's hand.
oh.
Well, I had grabbed you, right? So you could. I mean, you're holding my hand, so whatever. Like, maybe you try to do that, or like you can force me to hit myself. I guess I don't know. Like, just like.
You
push
just
back
tell me
in.
what you guys want to
Yeah.
do, but that's what you see. That's what's happening.
Can I do like that? Like, kind of pull, and just do a quick yank, so it looks like.
Oh, I
Like
understand. You want to like, and then try to like, yeah. Yeah, I understand. So, like, because you have full control over, so use its momentum that you pull forward to try to snap it back into place as you push her back into it.
Yes.
Yeah, I got it. Sure. Oh, fuck. What do I make you roll for that? I guess a strength check. Well, yeah. Why don't you roll like, yeah. Let's make this athletics. Why don't you make this an athletics check? And yeah, we'll just see what happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna use a world inspiration for that.
Ooh, okay.
That was a natural 1.
Ooh.
What is it? Just a strength?
Athletics, I think, right?
Oh,
So-
athletics. 10.
10. Okay, you pull her and you do successfully like yank it to cause it to occupy the same space for a moment, but you do see it start to like slide slowly back out. I don't think you're fully aware of this actually happening because this is like behind you, as it's trailing you. So a Scoop just like pulls you, yanks you, and then pushes you real hard, and you're like, what?
We're not playing Red Rover, all right.
You're falling apart.
Yeah.
I think. I don't
No,
know.
I-
See,
Oh no, I think it's because we're already traveling through this interdimensional space, and I think that my other selves are. Oh crap! And
This is like
Like-
massive sound of reality crashing and moving like a white river around you. So you guys like, I think it's just because we're in this reality, and you're having this esoteric conversation.
yeah, but I like.
think I'm gonna
Trisheni's
be-
mind is absolutely in Miss Sheni right now, and that's why she's speaking so fast and being like, "Oh yes, I can piece this together." Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
blah. That's
what?
Yeah.
yeah, because
Machete all of a sudden gets like a little bit more calculated and completely hyper focused, like autistic hyper focused into like what is happening right now, and it's like it's beautiful.
You see the math equations just
Yeah,
you know.
it's like the Zach Galifianakis math equations meme. Yeah, so that's happening. You're the one with control of leverage. You guys are. If you guys do nothing, you'll just continue going downstream.
I mean, we want to get back to the place, right? Do we want to? I mean, I can try to get us there. I think I know the way, but overall, do we want to stay? Like you were mentioning dust. Do we want to try to find these things, or?
Can we stick around just long enough to see if we can get some faceless and maybe not a growler?
We can try. I think I can. Let's think about this. Okay. All right. Let's stick around for a little bit more. I think if we do. All right. Basically, yeah, just the navigation and the intelligence of the two sisters like coming together is really nice right now. So
Cool.
whatever that means.
You already like rolled really,
For-
really well on your survival. You know that you need to like to try to get back to your world. You need to break through this well wall and try to find another one. And you know that you'll know it when you feel it.
Yeah.
When you're in it, you'll know if you're in the right one. So you might you might get lucky and it might be the next one you break through, but each time you pass through the well wall continuum, you're going to have to pass through the abyss, which is dangerous. But you also you know how to get there. Like you can sense a basic direction, so you will be able to get there. Give it enough time. You'll be able to get there. But if you want to stay here, there's nothing you can do in this particular moment.
Yeah.
Because the next move would be to crash through the other bank and to go into the abyss to try to find another continuum wormhole.
Okay. I mean,
So it's up to you.
stay around one more time, like just another little bit, and then we gotta find our way. Because
Okay.
I also don't know how.
Are you trying to like slow your downstream descent, or are you just letting the stream carry you? Because you are the one that has leverage right now. You're like a
Well,
rudder.
Yeah, I mean, I get a sense
Song
of where
gives me PTSD.
I know. Like I have a sense of where we need to go, so I think I will be doing movements as needed to kind of course correct.
Okay, but I mean, it's pretty linear at the moment. I mean, like
then if that's the case, then we'll just keep
are you-
going downstream.
You're
I
just
don't
trying
know.
to
Noelle
not crash
doesn't.
into the edge
Yeah,
of the thing.
Noelle doesn't know and get that same sense that Machete has at the moment of like what's right. That's my
I understand.
problem. Yeah, I just don't.
So, like I said, the next step to get to your eventual destination would be to exit this well wall through the opposite bank that you entered into, go through the abyss, and try to find another well wall to enter.
Yeah, I just.
If you want to stick around to try to wait for Faceless to show up, you just have to bide your time. One of the things that you realize that you have to be aware of is you don't know how long this wormhole is. You don't know where it ends. You've seen that there are like designated exits that you've seen before. Remember like your first stint, how you have to kind of like curve in the edge, just kind of like the exhaust port from like Star Wars and the Death Star. Like there are stuff on the side that you would have to like go into to properly exit if you want to exit through a well wall or some other type of thing. And there is also a point where the wormhole is kind of serves its purpose and it just stops. It tapers off and just stops and empties out back into the abyss. They do have a finite length, so to notice of like things to know are it could end.
Okay.
You could run out of runway, or there could be other ways to get in and out.
Thank
That's it.
you. I feel like I needed a little bit more of that.
Those are the
so
risks.
I
Does that
will,
make sense?
Yes. So I'd like to try to, since we're wanting to stay for a little bit and see if we can get Faceless to come here, just try to like hold on and navigate and go upstream so that we're basically just staying in the same spot.
Cool.
for
Yeah, you want to like
next
tread
round.
water in the same spot in space.
Let's tread water for a
Sure.
little bit.
I'll say I think with all of your effort, you'll be able to resist the current enough and all of the weight of all your companions just enough if you try all your best and use all your movement and use your action to dash as well to stay in one space. That's fine. Cool.
Okay.
So you'll just stay there. It also makes it so that you're not too far from where you initially broke in either. It also means there is an opening to the abyss that is just there. Cool. Okay, so if everyone else is just kind of like waiting for things to happen, we'll move on and I'll see what.
Can I hold an action to fire as many magic missiles as I need to at whatever faceless I see?
Sure. Yeah, you could do that. Does it require somatic components? The spell. Does it require somatic, which is like hand movements?
It sure does.
Okay, so
let
you would
go.
have to let
Yeah.
go of somebody in order to do that spell.
What if I used my feet?
If you
You want me
have
to
the
hold your
meta-magic-
Yeah, can you hold my foot?
The monkey toes.
I mean,
So
she's got limbs.
You also,
like,
if
know.
you do have the meta magic subtle spell, that would.
Yeah, but I only have like 2 sorcerer spells left, or 2 sorcery points left.
Okay, well, those are your options.
I mean, you could give me a signal. I could grab your foot while you.
You could talk to each
missile.
other. I mean,
Can you grab my foot?
Yeah.
Can I do it with one hand? I know I
Can
like
you
to
do it with one
normally
hand?
do like this kind of shit with both my hands, but
yeah,
like,
yeah, I don't see why not. That'd be fine. Yeah, I know.
if I just like get extra craggly, if I get extra
big are-
craggly with
how
one
big
hand,
are-
can I
are
make it work?
Tamron's feet?
How big are Tamron's feet? Okay, hold on one second. I do remember I'm not sure if we recorded this, one of the first episodes. I remember Sean describing Tamron as a sorcerer on Shylong.
newly
just like,
born sorcerer.
Immediately, I did this as a
low
sorcerer.
center of gravity,
I
and he
was
was
waiting
I just
forever.
walk through this in the grass. I just do this. I'm ready. I don't know what this means, but I just do it.
Instinct.
How big is Tamron's foot? How tall are you, Tamron?
Oh, I have it written down. I think I'm just like my height. I think I'm 6'2".
6'2". All right, so I
Uh,
mean,
Yeah,
like
I
about
guess, I don't know.
about the size of feet. It's like, what are you, size 13, Sean? Something like that.
12.
12. All right.
Got it.
So with a big old leather boot, medieval leather boot, looks more like a size 13. That's how big his
All
feet
right.
are.
Great.
Also, Nakana, you have 4 extra limbs that are currently unoccupied.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to.
I'm sorry, you keep cutting in and out.
I'm gonna have to use more than one limb, obviously, because he's got a big
Okay.
foot.
Okay, cool. Do you want to grab onto his foot with your spider limbs, or grab onto it, let go with your hand, and then grab onto his foot with your hand? Sean looks
well-
so scared.
No, I'm just reaching my foot over. You can't see it. 'cause-
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna reach my limbs.
Oh, your spider limbs? Okay,
My
that was the
spider
smart
limbs.
thing to do, because in the moment that you would have let go of his hand, it would become a line instead of a circle.
Yeah.
So you are holding his hand. You reach over 2 of your spider limbs and grab onto his foot, or however many you want. And so you feel the very sharp spider limbs just kind of like grab onto your ankle, and you're like, ah. It's like that feeling where you feel a bee on your skin, and you know it's like that type of, you have the feeling like, right, you're about to be stung, and you
Yeah.
just have that
Yeah, yeah.
anxiety the whole fucking time.
No, but I know
Uh,
she has spider limbs, and I'm cool with it.
I think consciously you are. Maybe it's just me then. I panic when I feel that.
Yeah.
I know I'm about to be
It's-
stung.
No,
Well,
well, Sean does too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Cole was the one that you were
Yeah.
messing with.
But that's what it feels like,
that's- yeah.
nonetheless.
Yeah.
And you let go, and you do have a hand free then. And so, just to vision, okay, you have your one arm here, your leg attached
Can I
to
get a
spider
wand?
limbs,
I want a wand.
and your other hand is just this. So you're like spread eagle, as far as it goes.
We can look for one in the next town.
Yeah. So you're prepping your magic missile thing. At what level?
Depends on how many I see. I
You
guess.
do have to wait when you hold an action to cast a spell. You have to announce exactly what the trigger is and exactly what spell slot and what spell you're casting.
I'll cast at level 2.
Okay, and the trigger is if you see faceless.
I guess anything.
Anything, including your companions.
Oh no.
Well, come on now.
I'm sorry. Like
TJ
it
is actually a fae.
it is pretty specific, just because I don't want to set the precedent that But you
Yeah,
get the
no,
idea.
it's faceless. Anything that could turn
Hostile
into
shit.
dust. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Like, well, okay. Is that your
'Cause the
is
go-
that your trigger?
The goal here is to collect more dust, right? Otherwise, we'd just be leaving.
Are you holding it for hostile stuff, or
I'm holding it for dusty shit.
okay? I don't think you've seen. Have you seen those beings turn in, like the growler turn in dust?
No, but I guess I'm just assuming it does.
Okay, then you're assuming such.
Yeah.
But
But also, like, I guess, like, I would still, if I saw a monster, I would still want to shoot that. Even
So
if it
are
did
you
turn into
holding it
dust.
to hit? Okay, you're holding it to hit. I'm done with this. You're holding
Yeah.
it to hit anything that's hostile. You got it.
Yeah, or dusty.
Or, or dusty, sure.
Just this little like
I
unassuming.
mean, even the
horse-like
faceless were
monster.
hostile, right? Even though they were
Some of
weak.
them.
Yeah.
Some of them.
Okay. Anything else before we move on? Okay, so I'm gonna roll to see if anything shows up
Okay.
while you guys are waiting here.
What is that? What is this?
That's fucking crazy. I got a 99.
Oh,
99 monsters show up.
Is-
No.
um,
99% chance, right? You
Sure.
mean?
On a percentile die, I got a 99 out of 100. As the circles is no longer rotating as much, or is no longer rotating at all, because Misheni is providing tension. A scoop is right next to her. And I think then Tamrin is probably the most difficult one to be able to see what's going on around you guys, because it's arm, leg, just kind of dangling like a gyroscope. I think a scoop, you notice with your high passive perception and you're facing the right direction, out of the shattered opening of reality that you almost got like shanked on, come these symbiote type Icarus black oily tendrils, and just it's almost like living active oil that like is sticky and can send out pseudopods, very like Venom symbiote style, that kind of grasps onto the edges and starts to grasp on the whole perimeter of the edge and start to ooze into the well wall continuum.
And
like,
only a scoop sees this, right?
it's literally right behind you. Like you would have no way of like, unless you like wanna like really, I think immediately a scoop is the first one to see it. He's just, because it's high passive perception, he's facing the right way. He could absolutely just tell you to guys to look, but that's what you see. And there starts to be this kind of swell out, like, if you ever watch Fern Gully, Calvaxis or whatever. No, not Calvaxis. What was this? The sludge
Just
dude.
the sludge.
The sludge dude that was just kind of like bubbles and starts to like
Voiced by
ooze
Tim
down
Curry.
the side. Voiced by Tim Curry. Starts to like ooze down the side of the break in reality, and you see it's spreading quite rapidly. That's what you see.
guys, there's enemies behind us, or an enemy.
What?
Black
It's
Icarus.
the sound I make when I...
Skedaddle.
Okay, cool. Sure. You go ahead. You can cast magic missile at it.
Does this look like the same Icar that Sheni saw?
Yeah. As a scoop points it out, both you, Trisheni. I'm sorry, Mission.
There we
Fuck,
go.
God
Yes,
damn it.
yes, yes.
Ah!
Yay.
Both you, Misheni,
Right.
and Nakano notice that this looks exactly like the stuff that was on the dark side of that moon.
Oh shit, I rolled a 2 and my crazy magic was 2, so I'm sorry y'all. Crazy magic.
No.
Oh, this is gonna be
Goes
this is
off.
gonna be wild. This is
Okay,
gonna be
so
wild.
first tell me how
Crazy
many
magic
missiles-
in crazy magic. 4 missiles.
Okay, just do the damage for the magic missiles first for me.
It's real hard to see in this light.
You want to light? I can't.
No! I'm immersed. 11 damage.
11 damage. Okay. And then write your
81.
81.
Look at the picture of the
Oh, nice.
Midnight Syndicate.
Army of the Dead.
That's
Yeah, thank you, Midnight Syndicate, for letting us use the music. Okay. 81. I want to see if I have this.
I always roll so low when I'm rolling for crazy man.
Yeah, it's kind
Right,
of
see my-
it's kind of wild.
Tamarin, you feel the spirit of Tamarind kind of embody you in your own space as you get a bit of a portent, some premonitory vision, and you do that action, send out those missiles, and then realize that everything around you has kind of slowed down, and you can take an additional action immediately.
Wow.
Awesome.
Did the missiles do anything to this thing?
Yeah, I'm about to tell you what they're doing, but it's happening. But currently, that hits on top of the stack. Your action happens right away, and because its reaction to those missiles hitting it don't happen until time resumes its speed, you have the additional action immediately.
Okay. Because I just want so I can't know how it worked before I decide to do it again. Whatever, let's do it again. Fuck it.
Yep. I'm trying to find my. Oh, there they are.
16 damage. It does take up another slot, though, right? Spell slot.
Yeah, you just get an extra action.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
still have to do.
Yep.
Yeah, you got it. You're just firing more missiles.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And how many of these are there? And what level spot are you using?
That was another level 2. There's another 4 missiles, and it was 16 damage that time.
16. So a total of 28, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
Yep.
Okay.
No. 27.
27. Okay. You got it. We're gonna talk about this in just a second then. I just want to make sure I have all these out correctly, because some stuff happened that hasn't happened in a while. So as these missiles, there was a total of 8 missiles, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So your missiles hit this bulbous, bubbling kind of mass of resin and ichor and oil, and as they hit, you see at their impact points, it just kind of flubber absorbs the impact. It looks like it did damage it, but at every single one of those impact points, there appears to be a swell, like a bubble come from this larger bubble that's oozing out the side of the, like black slime out the side of this break in reality, and each of those bubbles kind of pops, and spewing out of it appears to be another separate piece of this resin that pops 8 times.
Hydra situation.
And every single one of those spews out and attaches to all over the sides of the well walls, these little spider-like hands that just go and they're tiny little symbiotes that are kind of latched on and stuck to the side, but appear to and move incredibly fast and jittery, sudden movements, and they appear to have what looks like these slits in the the palms or the centers of the mass of where they are, that seem to roil like black Icarus, tiny little well walls. And you now have 8 more creatures on the map.
Oh, my bad, y'all.
I think we need to go now.
And
Yeah, let's go.
apparently The force damage you did to this thing didn't hurt it as much as it usually does.
Yeah, my bad. Let's get out of here.
All right.
Oh, shoot.
Oh,
Let's go, Lindsay.
So that was the held actions.
yeah.
I just get, since we've been in here for a little bit longer, I just seem to recall a spell from Trishani's notebook that's banishment. But I hold on to that because I know that if I drop fly, I won't be able to
Okay,
control
cool. So
things.
this turn you learn the spell banishment and you have access to it. Do you get the spell slot too, or you just learn the knowledge of it? I think you just
Spell slot too.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because
cool.
yeah, otherwise I
Yeah,
wouldn't
it's
be
like
able to
it's
cast
like a
it.
use of it. You get the spell with
I
the
s-
adjoining spell slot. Cool.
I still have a slot left for fly, by the way, if you need to do something else.
Okay. Do you want to lead the pack? I can try to put this thing
Okey-dokey.
away.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll cast fly.
Okay, so you already did your turn. So it'll
Well,
have
that
to
was
go.
a reaction. That was his held turn.
Right,
His-
right. That was his held turn, and then he gets another action immediately. But the thing hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, so it depends on where you
So
think
the
it's...
thing is
Oh.
gonna go. Well, I need to just make sure. I'm just gonna roll all of their little guys' initiative. Okay, so they're actually pretty slow. Why don't everybody just roll for initiative now because there's 8 fucking creatures on the map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8.
12. That's low for you.
Yeah, I used a new die.
Oh.
Ah.
Is that
Eh.
the fuck this die or?
No,
Good shit.
Sean bought me a heavy weight one. It's just
Oh,
very
nice.
A
it's
metal
like
one.
drops.
He cursed you.
I know.
cursed you, I'm
I
sorry.
don't know if I want to use
It
this.
drops in number
Yeah.
and weight.
Yeah.
15.
15. Okay.
You know, I just did the freaking other die and I got fuck you. Damn it. I should have went with that.
You never
wanted-
rolled my dice
Always
again.
I
roll the
know.
die that the DM gives you.
I know.
Okay, so we got 15 for Macheni.
Yep.
Okay. What else?
9.
8 for Nakano. We had. 9 for
Yes.
a scoop. What did Tamron get?
12.
Okay.
Not so
12
high.
for Tamron. We had a 6 for the little dudes. And this dude. Oof. Okay. And then the big thing got a natural 1. Which puts it to a 2. Okay. So up first is Misheni. You're up first.
All right.
So-
All right, Tammy, you got this. Take us through. We're going to go through that area and we'll direct you otherwise. And then I drop concentration and fly so that I can concentrate on banishing the big creature.
The big, like the
big
larger
ichor.
mass. Yeah,
the
you
big
got it.
ichor.
Okay, cool. It needs to roll charisma saving throw.
Oh. I rolled a
Alright.
3 for my wild magic and it's crazy
Well,
magic.
it's not your
is
turn
2.
yet.
Oh, I was just casting fly, no?
It's not your turn yet.
I
Yeah,
was-
it's
I was
Misheni's
just
first, and then your turn.
Conveying.
Oh, but she can't cast until I do fly, though, right? Otherwise, we'll.
Well, no, because she goes first. She has a higher initiative. She can
Oh, I
she can
see.
hold her action to cast banishment during your turn
I see,
after you
okay.
cast fly if you want. Is that what you want to do? Just means you won't be able to do bonus action movement on his
I
turn.
mean, I'm not going to be able to do anything anyway.
Okay, that's
so-
fine. So you
yeah.
guys can act together if you want.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
so
fine.
we'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, charisma saving throw, please.
Okay, that is
So
a 18.
Damn it, because I think it still would have been 17 even with Trishani's. Yeah. 18. How is this little slime
I
so
rolled a 16 on the
charismatic?
die.
Yeah.
Hold on. Can I?
Oh, do you have one of those things that
Maybe.
it's like that alacrity or affinity new things that we were talking about?
Come on.
La, 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 la. Using my reaction, ill-fated word.
Okay, cool. Is it a minus D4? Is that what that
Yes.
is? Okay, cool. Yeah.
So, you fail.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can use your reaction.
You
Oh,
fail.
I roll it?
Yeah. And you fail because you have to roll that. It's a,
No, you have to roll 2 because if I get a 17, it was an 18. If I get the DC, it succeeds. So you have to roll 2.
You have to roll.
Does it say I have to roll? It's not you, really? It's not you?
Yeah. Billy, when you take make an enemy make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Does it say you roll or I roll for the D4?
It's just a roll, so I don't know.
I think it's you. You're the one that's casting the spell. Just like
Okay. 3.
3.
Fail.
Okay, yeah, so it fails. You see it like resist the banishment, and what do you say? What is your ill-fated word that you say to it that push it right past that barrier?
You're a little bitch.
Doctor says no.
3 words. So sure.
I like it.
The doctor is out. Cool.
Doctor
Cool.
is out. Yeah.
Cool. You got it. As you see it kind of like kind of dehydrate really fast and then roil in on itself. Pieces of it get like stretched by gravity and do this whole kind of like magnetic arc where you can see when those depictions of like how magnets form those weird ellipses that fold in on themselves. You see its symbiote go and gets formed into itself to form this kind of like Icarus asshole that just gets siphoned into itself and then just disappears. But the 8 little creatures are still here.
That's my bad, yo. I'm sorry.
It's all right. And I guess, yeah, because we're holding until I was holding that.
So technically, it's still Tamrin's turn.
Yeah.
You casted Fly. Did you proc your magic again?
No, but I was 1 away.
Okay. Is that it then? You do have your movement if you're trying to go somewhere or whatever.
Well, we're trying to leave, so I'm just gonna wait for directions for Misheni on which direction to go.
I told you and was like pointing.
You can
like,
just
when
tell
I
them where to
said,
go. If
Yeah.
you want.
Go over that way. And just keep pushing through.
If you're trying to like leave,
I go over that way
you
and
have
keep
to
pushing through.
bash through the edge of the well wall if that's what you're trying to do.
I bash. I'm gonna
Okay,
use my
you wanna-
magic pick because I haven't used that one-handed. Grab it.
Oh.
Sure. You
Cool.
already used your
Just to be
action
cool.
to cast a spell.
Oh, yeah,
So I
okay.
think also.
Can I just go over that way?
Yeah, I think you just like I think you just Superman headbutt it at this point. So go ahead. I'll say you can roll a athletics check to push through it. You are trying to break the barrier of reality.
That's easy.
so easy.
Ooh, 21.
Ooh.
21. All right, with a DC 20, you see like Tamron hit it, and there's like this moment where you're not sure if it's gonna break, and there's like this. You see him actually not make contact with it, but like a magnet, right before he makes contact, and then he pushes, and then it bends like it buckles like metal, and then shatters as he pushes through it, and you guys go get sucked through it and go and enter the abyss. It is, and we will say on either Scoop's or Misheni's turn, you'll be able to. Misheni, you have like a basic idea of the direction you need to go. That's fine. You'll just assume to go that direction. I'm not going to explain.
Yeah, like, I feel
fifth
like-
dimensional space to you guys.
Yeah.
But I think that it will then be up to somebody to actually, even while you're going in that direction, spot another well wall within the inky blackness of the abyss.
Remember, I did
Or continue.
use my ability to try to detect the
Yeah,
portal,
you're
so
going
it's
in the
like-
right direction. It's
Okay.
just then gonna be like up to chance as to how fast you're
Far.
gonna get there, and how far away it is. Okay, so that is then a Scoop's turn. You guys you leave all those little 8 dudes behind as they start to swarm the hole that you created on the opposite side of the well-wall continuum as you then go through the abyss. And just for reference as to how the abyss feels like, it's nothing.
Nothing.
it's just black and gone. There is no light. The only light you can see is the small twinkling light of yellow and blue from the opening of the well wall that you came through. And there are no stars. There is no gravity. There's no stream. There's no current. And that is the only thing you see. It's not like you don't even see like the rest of the well wall in the tube. You can only see it from the opening, as if the exterior of the wormhole, of the cylinder of the wormhole, was like painted Vanta black. You cannot see where there are other tunnels through reality. You are in the in-between of the in-between. You are in the opposite of existence, the absence of existence. You are matter in a sea of non-matter. And all you see is this little light twinkling from the opening of the well that you just came through. And it's a Scoop's turn.
Marco.
Oh no.
It does seem to echo, which is odd.
Okay, everybody's here. It's cool.
I see you. I see the light. I see the light. Nice. The twinkle.
Yeah.
You see the light from where you came from, where you just
Yeah.
bursted through.
That's so clever.
Ooh, Alexa, turn the lights on.
This is
Well-
hard. I don't have anything for this.
Yeah, you guys are in nothing.
Great.
No stars, no nothing.
Do you have any light?
It's Oh no, it's not somatic. Okay. Which is weird because it's touch.
That is kind of weird, actually.
What are you doing, Scoop?
I'll cast light on a. What can I kick?
You're holding on to.
Whose hands are open?
You're
So it's
holding on
Cameron
to Nakano
Yeah.
and Misheni right now.
Oh. Oh.
I have
okay.
one hand free.
Would you
My-
like?
Who's-
Would you
who's
like
Cameron
my
holding
limb?
onto? Just Nakano?
Tamron's holding on to Nakano and Misheni.
Oh, so it's split. So it's
No,
okay.
no. You're still a circle. It's Misheni, a Scoop, Nakano, Tamron, Misheni.
Oh,
a
okay,
Scoop,
okay. This entire
Nakano,
time.
Tamron.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Except Tamron's got, rather than two hands, an arm and a leg. And Nakano
It was
holding on
expensive,
to
let
him
me tell you.
with her two like spidery limbs. God damn it. What are you doing, Scoop?
I gotta cast light on just myself, just so we can see.
It has to be an object. It can't be a creature.
Do you have a just anything on your like any piece of your clothing or anything?
I'll do the bread of light. The bread of light. Just
Bread.
touch. Just bring kind of closer so I can touch my
Sure,
the
yeah, if
bread
you
in
wanna,
the
like,
pouch or whatever.
Position your elbow to kind of like hit one of your baguettes sticking out of your belt. You can, and yeah, and that can just shine. It does produce light. It does become light, and you can see the light. And that is the only other source of light within this abyss of darkness. But it doesn't have anything to
Bounce off.
reflect off of. So it's just like a nightstick in the night that doesn't really give any ambient light. It is just that thing. There's nothing else. It has you to bounce off of and the people that are around you, but other than that, that's it. There's nothing else.
For you.
You use your action to do that.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, that'll bring us to Nakano. What are you doing, Nakano?
What do I could see, right? Because
You can see,
Within
you have like dark vision
dark
within 60
vision.
feet, but there's nothing to see.
there's nothing. Nothing.
It is an empty abyss. It is like space with no
Okay,
stars.
I start
and
whistling.
nothing.
See if maybe like something happens if we make some kind of noise.
Are you echolocating?
Echo. Yeah. Some kind of echo.
Or is this a graveyard, TJ, and the ghosts can come out and help us?
I don't sense anything. Anybody around me?
Go ahead and roll a. For you, it's more like you're really smart. This is more like this is type of your instincts. Actually, what you can kind of decide what it is that you would like to roll. Do you want to like roll insight, perception?
Perception.
Or religion?
Oh, insight. Insight for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. 15.
15. You sense the absence of all that is. And this isn't like death, where it is the cycle of life where something becomes something else and then is recycled and becomes something else. You sense the absence of anything, like all manner. You're afraid. Like you have a sense of fear of like even in this space, death means nothing. Not necessarily like you couldn't die, but there's nothing to die, perhaps. You are outside the realms of understanding and being floating in the abyss. I think what you do feel is because you are so in tuned with the concept of doom, you do feel a unignorable sense of impending doom. Like, even though it is in a wide open expanse of absolutely nothing that goes on forever, and you may never ever get out of this, it still feels like the walls are closing in on you.
Damn. We have to go.
I think your instincts do pull you in a particular direction where you do sense
Death.
like even the marginal slivers of perhaps what may be a soul, something that may pass through the skein of life and death in a particular direction. And you concur with Misheni about this particular direction. And you sense that it is somewhere between like 100 and 500 feet away.
Okay.
You said 500? And...
Somewhere between
100
and,
right?
and 500 feet
Okay.
away.
So I'll tell Misheni what I know, and head in that direction that I feel like might lead to some.
Yeah, and Tamrin's the one with the rudder right now. He's got the fly. He's got the leverage.
Yeah.
Where do we go?
Yeah, the two ladies say like we gotta go that way.
We gotta
And
go
The only
that
reason why
way.
you can see why they're pointing is because of a scoop's light. Otherwise,
Yeah.
there's no fucking way for you to have any
Yeah.
clue where it is you're going.
Well, they could maybe gesture with that. Well, yeah.
But
You
then they
couldn't
can't
see. You
yeah.
wouldn't be able to
But you
see.
could
Well, no,
feel-
but I could feel it though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good feel with what limbs would they be able to do that? You know,
I don't know.
As you
They,
guys are holding.
yeah.
You guys are in a really tough spot,
Well,
but because of Scoop's light and because of Nakano's extra limbs, and you guys can gesture with your heads, and we gotta go that way. And you see both the women like make eye contact with each other and be like, "We have to go that way." And Nakano says, "I feel it's somewhat nearby, but we have to move."
I'm glad that I'm not the only one, and kind of cool that we're still on the same wavelength a little
Yeah.
bit, you know, after earlier today. Yeah.
Cool. So the circle kind of spins around and starts to move in that direction. So here's the deal. It's going to take you, if you want to go as fast as you possibly can in this direction, Tamrin, you're going to move the group. We'll say because you're dragging everybody, we'll say it's just a little bit less. So rather than 120 feet, which is like, rather than 60 feet, because you're using your action to dash and your movement, we'll say you're moving about like 50 feet per round.
Yeah, but if you don't feel anything, shouldn't it just be automatically?
And fly
Like-
60 feet.
Well, because technically, even though this is devoid of life, death, existence, time, there's still a chance of things being able to find you here. So depending on how long it's going to take you to get to this spot, I have to roll for how many times it's going to actually take you to get there.
This place is devoid of space. What is distance?
We can talk on the Gluten Talk about the esoteric and ambiguousness of fifth dimensional space and how things fold. But for the purposes of this, I feel like I have to give you a goal to get to. I hear your argument, I do, but I'm trying to simplify it and create some sort of simulation.
Baker Stubbs in Lost in Space, episode 5.
Forever.
That's
Lost
one
in
of my
Space.
nightmares.
Episode
Yeah.
50.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the end. That's it. They're gone.
That's why you didn't like Gravity.
What?
That's why you didn't like the movie Gravity.
Yeah, that's why I can't
Gravity
watch
was
stuff
also
like
terrible.
Yeah.
But
I thought, well, yeah.
those
I saw it in
writing was-
IMAX and it was crazy.
Oh,
was
that would be different, yeah.
deplorable.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the experience, sure, but the
Yeah, it
writing
was a wild ride.
deplorable.
Gosh.
It looks like no
What
harm,
writing?
No
There
foul.
were
I'm like,
no.
what? Yeah,
They
I know.
didn't say any things. There was
Yes,
no
they did.
lines.
Yes, Sandra Bullock was like, "Hey, but no harm, no foul," and it made no fucking sense. That
I don't remember
aliens
that.
completely.
I don't remember any words.
Anyway, you are
Yeah.
traveling through the fifth dimensional of the absence of reality. So it's gonna take you somewhere between like 2 rounds and I think 2 rounds and 10 rounds to get it possibly where it is that you're going. And you can't see where these like wormhole continuums are because on their exterior, the perimeter of these like cylinders is like Vanta black. You could only see that one flickering hole that you had, which is makes sense of Noel's camera right there that you made in that one well wall, which is the only thing. Which good that you did that too, because it is the only thing. Yeah, and you see the little things jumping back and forth from it. You're not sure if they're jumping into the space and trying to follow you or what. But that is a good marker of telling you how far you're going, so you know exactly which way you're going, because it's really easy to not have a bearing when in this space if you don't have a reference point. So you will be continuing to move there every time. So here's what's going to happen. Can I get past the Tower of Terrorzine? Because
If I can see it, I think. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Let me do that. Yeah.
I cast light for Noel.
you cast light, I don't know. Yeah, technically, I suppose there is a scoop's light, so there is like one spot of light.
Alexa,
That is-
turn the lights on 10% on soft white.
And so you can see like just the glancing of light on these individuals, on you guys. So here's what we're gonna do. You tell me if you want to do something else other than just like jet towards the direction that the ladies are telling you to go. The boss asks, girl bosses, and I will roll for each time to see if anything happens or if anything finds you or if anything becomes part of the existence.
And I do have one question, DJ.
What's up?
With this bonded through time and space ability, we've technically left the well walls, correct? At this point?
You are technically out of the continuum, that's correct.
Okay, just triple checking.
Yeah.
But I'm still concentrating on that spell because I don't see why I would lose concentration on a spell necessarily. If
Yeah,
I
that's
leave.
fine. Yeah, I don't have
Okay.
any problem with that. Yeah,
All right.
that's totally fine.
Cool.
Okay, cool. Ready? So,
Mhm.
for the first round of movement, I'm going to tell you what number I roll. I'm not going to tell you what it means. That's a 7.
Oh, shit!
For the second round of movement, unless you guys want to do anything.
I'll keep trying to guide.
I mean, you're doing that, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you want to do anything else.
Nope.
Second round. That's a 17.
I did not do that.
That was Sean.
That was Sean.
Okay.
You could tell from
The
his
sound
face. he
thing
did-
outed him fully.
I love that. That's a good one, John.
All right.
Whoa.
That's an 18.
I should have saved it for the 18.
This is the 4th round.
Oh, that's scary. Look at
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
That's a 4.
Whoa.
Are we seeing anything?
We don't.
Nothing in the
How
dark.
would you?
I mean, there's a little tiny light of a scoops, and Nakano has dark vision, and I have dim vision.
Yeah, I have dark
Please
vision.
don't let us see eyeballs. Am I the only one that doesn't have any kind of dark vision?
A scoop, you feel on your ankles something grasping you like a hand. And I think at first you're just like, oh, everything, like it's just someone like holding on, we're trying to get closer as we're moving. But you see everybody else's hands occupied.
Oh.
Something like slowly, like firmly grabs onto your ankle. And you feel like another
grasp
hand
it.
go on top of that hand. That only,
Why is it
like,
always a scoop that has the
touches
terrifying shit happen to
the,
him?
like it only touches your ankle for like another top of the inch of your ankle as it goes top, and then you feel like another hand as like hands upon hands, like layered, like dominoes, begin to wrap onto the back of your calf, up to the back of your knee, and onto the back of your thigh, and then
Do you
start
say
to-
something?
Oh, well,
they
after,
feel like
just-
human hands.
Ooh.
Oh, bro. Nah.
Are you guys do anything? What do you
Well, we
do,
don't-
Scoop,
we
when you
don't-
feel
Stop
this?
tickling me.
I'm still going. I'm still moving.
You say stop tickling me. I'm like,
Scoop, you
No.
definitely realize. You look around. Everybody's hands are occupied except for one of Tamrin's hands.
I do
that
that.
he's just doing this with.
I do that freak out again.
You
Can-
freak
What's
out.
wrong? What's happening?
Something's on me.
can I use my tail to do somatic?
I'm sorry. What kind of bullshit shenanigans are you trying to do?
I'm just.
Use your
it's a,
tail.
it's a
It's
cantrip.
fine.
It's a cantrip.
It's fine.
It's a cantrip.
Roll an Arcana check to see if you can get you swish your tail in the right glyph.
If he allows this to happen, this would be huge for the rest of the game.
I know. It is just a cantrip that I'm trying to do, so it's
I
not.
use my nipples to do it.
Your udders.
Your udders.
So my
I
question
am a
is,
male.
like, once a scoop, you still have nipples. Once a scoop
Yes, I
feels
know.
this and tells you that the rest of that you're feeling this, do you want to re-enter initiative and like take your turns in order?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like.
So Macheni's up first then.
I should probably cast Mage Armor.
He hasn't.
Yo, I don't think I've cast Mage Armor in like, I don't know the last time.
It's
All right, Macheni, what are you doing?
okay.
Like
it's-
this stuff is happening fast.
Can I see what's actually touching him?
I'll give you a free perception check to see if you can.
Is
It's
this
dim
doing-
vision, and I'm right next to him.
It needs something to glance off of. It has to do with like you moving and everything.
May I cast Mage Armor?
Is it doing harm
on
to
your
me?
turn.
Are we on turns?
Yeah, is it hurting you?
We don't know yet. We entered initiative
we
as
didn't-
soon as you were like
Oh.
that,
But-
and it apparently its initiative is quite low. So, what happened to my? There it is. Give me 1 second.
All right.
Can you see it?
Perception is 8, but
I think
again,
you see-
I'm right next to a scoop. He has it on the bread. He said something.
I think you see where there should be light glancing off of the Scoop's like fancy pants.
Yeah.
There
That's
is
fast.
just the blackened silhouette of hands superimposed upon each other and like fingers sticking out. Like you don't see the articulated like ridges and shadows of hands. You just see the outline of the absence of light of hands.
Nope.
And just like a bunch of fingers like wrapped around his leg, like just above his knee, starting to then like crawl like thing from the Addams family around his thigh and just like going up,
Okay.
and then just keeps being more and more fingers. Just
All right.
fingers keep coming out of nowhere, just blackened fingers of the abyss. Just
Nope. And I
Nope.
take I let go of one hand, but quick, because I'm very dexterous, I can try to like go around and grab. You can't see what I'm doing in this light right now, but I'm literally just trying to grab the other arm that I was holding on to, press that onto me, grab my khopesh and attack these hands with. You can kind of see me a little bit better, but basically attack these hands. So I'm still holding on to a scoop and.
You were trying to make an attack on the hands.
Yes,
We're about to throw hands.
totally.
I understand, by like trying to use your elbow to hold in and use
Yeah,
it.
just like.
I get it. Cool. So what I'll say is that why don't you go ahead and roll an acrobatics check to see what happens, and then you can roll an attack roll.
I can't see my dice.
Acrobatics is
Here, let's see if I can give you this one.
dirty 20.
Dirty 20. That'll work. Okay, so you contort yourself in a way where you're still holding on to people. Go ahead and you
Yeah.
can roll your attack. I'm gonna say this has got to be at disadvantage given your current
Okay.
bodily.
All right.
What's going on here?
That's a dirty 20 to hit.
That'll hit. Is this with your chakram?
No, this is with my khopesh.
Your khopesh. Okay. Is this a magical weapon? Just straight up? No.
No, I
Okay.
don't have anything that's magical.
Okay. Cool.
Second attack. Still at disadvantage. Oh, that's 22 to hit.
22.
Yeah.
Second
This
attack,
song
and
is
then you
really
do damage.
intense.
Yeah. And then I don't think I can't hit it again with that as a bonus action, so. La la la. All right. But bonus action I would have done
Hunter's mark?
summoning my other planar selves and
Okay. Do you
doing
want to
it.
do that? And what type of damage is that?
that
It's force damage?
is it turns the one attack into force damage, the other one would just be normal.
Okay, cool. So tell me what's
I'll
force
do-
damage and what's not.
I will.
So hard.
Do you want a headlamp?
No.
No, I'm
No,
not.
I
no,
love how we're
can
like
merge
fully
it.
immersed into how dark it is because it's still like very dark.
I could
Like I can't see dice. That's where we're at with this.
If we turn our lights up, it'll be easier for you to see because of the computer light.
Right.
No, it's good. You're good.
So
We have
that's
like a bunch
six-
of other lights on.
16 points of force damage.
Okay, 16 points of force.
And then. And then 6 points of slashing.
6 points of slashing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You hit it and you feel it contact and you feel that recoil of like you going into something. It doesn't feel like flesh or bone. It just feels like striking water, kind of, as if like shadow and shade had that type of consistency, that thick consistency of water as you strike into it. And you pull it out and you feel like you damaged it, but not a whole lot. You feel like whatever it was. The first attack that you hit, you do feel and see a large part of your vision get blocked off as the vision of a hand approaches you and has like then jumps out from your first attack and attaches itself to the nape of your neck as it starts.
Some
to
real
choke
nightmare
you.
shit, dude.
Yeah, I'm not liking this. I mean, I'm liking it, but you know.
So there's like just a
I'm-
hand made of the absence of light that is now jumps onto the nape of your neck and then crawls around it and starts to choke you.
Okay.
This is real nightmare shit.
Your first attack that had force damage in it caused that thing to grab onto you, and then you hit it one more time.
Right, and then that was. I
And
did that other damage, just the.
yeah,
slashing.
yeah, I have them. Like neither of those attacks like felt like they hit as hard as they could have. Because we have non-magical and then we have force.
Yep.
Cool. I suppose that's your turn then.
Yep, it is.
That brings us to Tamrin.
We gotta keep going that way. Go, go,
Oh,
go.
well, you're being choked right now. So you currently are you're under the suffocation rules right now. So you currently cannot breathe.
Cool.
I'm going to use my movement and my action to move as much as I can in
So
that
you can
direction.
hold your breath for as long as you can hold
Yeah.
your breath, which is your 1 plus your Constitution modifier, a number of minutes, which is a long fucking time. So, okay, you're gonna move. You're gonna use your action and your movement to move in that direction.
Yep, to
Cool.
just go as much as I possibly can.
Okay,
Full
so you move
distance.
like your first bit, and then you feel that everything become taut, and the circle go like long oval as whatever's holding on to a scoop appears to be creating tension and trying to keep a scoop into place and pull them back as well. You will be moving at the very least half as I actually want you to roll a athletics check here, because it's like how hard you can hold on to your friends next to you. Technically, you're going to roll athletics check, and Nakano, you're going to roll a athletics check as well, because you're holding on to him. He's not holding on to you as well.
Oh boy. I'm gonna use my last world inspiration to not get sucked into nightmare worlds.
This is truly terrifying.
I love the, like, I'm so scared, I'm laughing.
Yeah,
from Angela.
I was in that one, by the way.
No.
Yeah, it's cool.
So did she.
Oh shit! Do you have any more world inspirations?
Yeah, I do. I have 3. I can use one.
You can't
I'm
write
not-
this shit.
I'm not gonna be here. I gotta be away from here. So.
Okay, all right.
All right, here we go. 19.
19 total athletics. Are you using one of your inspirations, Nakano, as well?
Yeah, I am. I'm re-rolling.
You also have
Fuck this
luckies. You haven't got a long rest, so you have to keep track
Yeah.
of how many luckies
Do you have your
left,
lucky?
but-
I have my lucky, but I use my
You don't use your world. Use
Okay.
the lucky then.
lucky. I'm using a lucky, and I got 15.
15.
Yeah.
Okay. 15 was the DC to hold on. So you
Christ.
feel like your limbs like tear into the leather of Tamarin's foot as it starts to now pierce your skin and like go under your scales, and you feel it definitely going in. Like you're gonna be like, she's wounding you because she's
I don't
holding on
care.
to you
Yeah.
so hard.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I don't think the adrenaline is letting that pain
I don't
register,
even
but,
feel
like,
that. Yeah.
She is
Yeah.
like it's starting to permeate
Fuck
your
me up.
skin and going into your muscle.
Grab my bones. I don't get. We're getting out of here.
Okay, bone storm me. It doesn't matter. But yeah, everything does go taut. You do move a little bit. So what we're going to do is that we're going to roll percentile die. We're going to find out. You are going in that direction. Not a lot is happening as far as paying attention to where you're going. You know you're going in the right direction. You have that spot. That is a given. But your best bet is to just barrel through in that direction to hope that you just headbutt and collide with the next well wall in order to get through, because there's no way you will know it's coming. You can't see. You're basically blind except for seeing the people around you.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I didn't do this in Tower of Terrazine, but what we need is that every time, after every turn, the DC on the percentile die is going to decrease by 5. Right now, what you need to get to in order to hit through the well wall is a 75 out of 100. This was a 21. So nothing happens this turn as you move forward.
So it doesn't have to do with how far I move. It just has to do with what you roll.
You are in the absence of existence. There is luck happening right now. It will move from anything 75 up. They'll have more and more chance of you getting it.
Yeah, but here's
as the DC will go down.
Here's what I'm wondering, because I use my action to move forward too, to move faster.
Yes, but you're being pulled by the thing as well. So
No, I know, but
have-
does it matter how fast I move or no?
If you can stop this thing from grabbing onto a scoop, every turn it'll go down by 10 rather than 5.
If I use my action to move.
Correct. If you're like full as most as you can.
Okay.
Like you guys are in one of the most you are humanoid existing matter people from a world that has like magic and stuff in the absence of reality and existence and matter. You're not supposed to be here by any stretch of the imagination. There's no reason you should be alive at all. Like like everything should be like it's like you touching antimatter. You're lucky to even be moving through the space of non-existence. But you guys are very powerful and you have a lot of magic, and all these decisions are being made in bullet time because you're like boom, boom,
Right.
boom, boom, boom. So everything's happening super fucking fast. So this one doesn't. So that is then a scoop is up then. We're going to try to take these just a little bit faster.
I'm gonna push Nakano's hand to, was it Machete? So I can have a free hand. So I'm just holding on. So it's like,
Oh, you want to like take
I'm on
Nakano's
the
hand
outside
and
of
be like, you
circle,
hold on to
yes.
Machete now?
yeah, but I'm still holding on to them. So it's
You want to
more-
hold on to like one of their wrists or something?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And I'm gonna cast Call Lightning.
Okay.
Interesting.
You
How
do
does
that.
that
Just
work?
do me a favor, like roll a, because this is every time you guys try to change the
I don't
orientation
know.
of like your
What's gonna happen?
very fragile connectivity, you're gonna have to roll
They
an
know weather
acrobatics
here.
check. So roll an acrobatics check for me as you like to be like, here, hold on to this, everything.
There's lightning if you believe.
14.
14. Okay, that'll do it. You'll be able to do it. And you cast Call Lightning.
Yeah.
And what are you trying to? You trying to hit the thing that's on your leg with it?
I'm trying to hit the thing and get some, like, visualize what's around us as well. Because now we have two light sources.
Cool. What it just like how Vanta Black absorbs all light, whatever this like hand thing is grabbing onto you doesn't appear like no light is being reflected when it hits the surface of it. It's just like this silhouette. The best bet you're getting of like what it is how it feels when it's like wrapping around you, the musculature and the bones through the silhouettes of absence of light of hands. But yeah, so you're trying to hit the thing that's
What's wrong
attached to
with
your
you,
leg
dude?
with a bolt of lightning.
Christ.
And
Is that what you're trying to do, Scoop?
Yep.
You're trying to strike your. So you're gonna get hit with this too.
Can I push it down a little more?
You can, but you don't know what this thing is, how big it is. Like, this is the information that you have. Everything else is a shot in the dark, literally.
I'll do the shot in dark.
Okay.
'Cause
Are
if
you
I
just
hit
like
myself, I'm gonna
aiming?
hit everyone else as well because it's a radius.
Are you just like aiming for like 5 feet below your foot? That type of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Does it require? It requires a saving throw or is it an attack roll?
It's a dex save.
Okay.
Is that the right one?
Okay, that's a 15.
Fail.
Okay, go ahead and roll damage.
Zero. $26.
26. Okay. So here's what you see. Far in the far off distance with your high perception, you see this sparkle, twinkle of light, this blue of like, that seems to be shuddering and kind of like how when you see a street light through the trees as you're driving along the highway and it like sparkling and twinkling because it's passing through all the little tiny spaces within the trees. You see this lightning and it seems to get bigger and bigger as it travels throughout this space, traveling for who knows how far away. And you know how fast lightning travels, so it must be really fucking far away. And you see it as it gets closer. There's more absences, absences of its trail, as if there are tubes of darkness that are blocking its vision, that are like in front of it, like perhaps other well walls that it's like passing through, over and around. And it continues to worm its way around them and try to avoid them as all of them begin to converge and disperse as they try to avoid a well wall and then converge again and then get closer and closer to the point where you can see larger well walls that are even closer, blocking much larger portions of this cascading lightning as it gets close to you and then collides into something that's 5 feet below your leg and spreads like electricity throughout this entire being. And you can see for a moment, kind of cartoon-like, of the whole black and white and blue twinkle of lightning and something being electrocuted in cartoon style. These bolts travel the length of what may be what would be possibly bone or muscle in this absence of Vanta Black silhouette hands, and it collides with something, and you hear this sound, and you can see almost everything in its entirety by all these tiny little lightning and electrocution marks that seem to travel down this whole thing. You now see all the hands. It looks like there's about 120 hands wrapped around your leg and your arm, all the way up to where your thigh meets your posterior, and then it goes down and it tapers, and it becomes not tapers, but it comes out larger and larger and larger and larger, and you see thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of hands roiling in each other on concentric patterns, geodesic style, like fractals and toroidal shapes that are just as the lightning travels down through all of this and shudders, and there's tiny little spots that finally discharge and discharge and discharge, and you just see this massive roiling mass of hands. And as this discharge travels up to perhaps one of the larger bodies of this that may be hundreds of feet down further into the abyss, you see an actual hand and perhaps a humanoid face mimicking what it is that it's actually grabbing onto, mimicking the motion that you're doing, holding on to your friends with your wrist, as a massive hand made of hands of darkness reach out, well, like followed by a face of your kind of stature created by nothing but hands constantly roiling in on each other before the electricity sputters and fades and you can't see it anymore.
Tamarin screams.
You scream and you hear it echo your scream.
You're still going in that direction, right?
Obviously, away from that.
Far
You
and
did
fast
hurt it.
possible.
You did hurt it. It didn't like that. But you now see this thing. It appears to go on to ad infinitum. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, Nakano, it's your turn.
Scream.
We all screaming.
It seems like every time you do like something that is a type of anything other than the absence of something, like sound, movement, it appears to be mimicking it. It's just you hear like as it mimic your scream as well.
Is the Misheni, you're still choking?
Yeah. That hand was not hit by the electricity. It seems to be entirely separated.
Okay. I could
You
use.
just see like her head is floating in nothing because the hand just makes negative space around it, so it just looks like blackness.
But I like nod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I use my limb to like kind of poke at what's going on there?
Yeah, you just want to poke it?
Poke it, yeah.
Okay.
Roll for poke.
Roll for poke.
Nakano screaming and just poking the machete's neck.
Ah!
Yeah, you can use your one like left limb to like you poke it. It feels like thick, like soup, thick porridge, thick water.
Thick
And,
water.
Yeah, you poke it. You trying to like hurt it?
Yeah.
All right, so you're trying to like make an attack with your spider limb and try to
Yeah.
like pierce it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll an unarmed attack roll. So it's gonna be you're
Hard
proficient
poke.
unarmed. So we'll say because it's your limbs, we'll say it's a finesse. So technically, you use your dex mod plus your proficiency plus your die, and if it hits, you can do sneak attack.
Okay.
You do have an ally
proficiency.
engaged with it.
Yeah.
So
25.
fuck yeah.
Oh, so you like scream and go ah, and just stab this thing straight in there.
Exactly.
You feel the pressure of her thing that just misses your jugular as it impales this. Go ahead and roll a d4 plus all your sneak attack die.
Okay. One. Have a lot now.
No one else would be able to add that stuff on there.
Yeah,
And-
I mean it's like her spider.
Can I have a
webs, they got to be-
D4, please? I can't find.
Got a little, like a little triangular prism,
Yeah.
Oh, I have it. I have it.
little caltrop.
I can't see. It's so dark.
You're so immersed.
Yeah. 9, 13, 16, 17, 18.
18 points of damage. Okay. Again, it feels like your hit, being non-magical as it is, it appears to be absorbed like it would be an arrow or like a bullet through water. But you do hit it. It does seem to, you do damage it. It does seem to reel from it. It does not like that. You do feel the grip weaken on your throat. Not enough for you to be able to breathe, but it does seem to be like holding on by a thread.
Thumbs up.
Anything else you want to do? Oh, you did do sneak attack, didn't you? You have like abilities that do things when you do sneak attack, right?
Yeah, I do.
Like whales from the grave or something like that. Does like half sneak attack damage to another creature within 30 feet, I think.
Yeah, it does. Second creature takes damage equals to.
Is that force or
Roll
type of
half
damage?
the number of sneak attack die. And then second creature takes damage equal to.
Do you know what type of damage it is?
No.
Here, I'll look it up.
Hold on. No, necrotic. Sorry.
Necrotic. Okay,
I wrote it down.
you got it. So yeah, go ahead. If you want to try to damage the big mass too with your whales, you can.
Okay.
That's actually just her screams that she was doing.
Yeah, it's just
earlier.
your screams. You scream, you stab the thing, and your screams bounce off of that and become this like necrotic scream that
So I can roll
Hits the-
again, basically?
you roll
Or-
half as many sneak attack die
Right.
that you just rolled, and that does
Right.
that much necrotic damage to
Cool.
the other thing.
Oh, I rolled really well. Hee hee. 16.
16.
Holy crap! Okay.
Ooh, okay, it's necrotic damage. Interesting. Okay, yeah, you feel like that packs its full punch. Cool. That's the end of your turn then. That brings us back. That brings us to the void of hands. It is its turn. It is going to use an action to try to devour. It's called a devouring grasp, and it's going to try to take all of you a scoop and just fold a bunch of hands and flop on you and just envelop you and bring it into itself. You need to roll a strength saving throw to resist this.
What?
Yes.
I gotta use world inspiration again. 13.
13. That's a failure. You see these hands envelop his posterior, wrap around his waist, go up to his spine, pull his shoulder down as you start to hear things snap and pop and curdle and crack as his body begins to like compress and get pushed in by all these hands, and his shoulders begin to dislocate and wrap around all the way up to his chin and wrap around his face too. All you can see is like a part of his mouth and his eyes above full of panic, covered in these hands. So this is 3d20 damage.
3d20 damage.
Yeah. So I rolled a 1,
Okay.
4,
Okay.
and 12.
All right. So bad.
Wow.
So you take 17 points.
That's horrifying, though, dude.
Of force
Yeah.
damage as this thing like is really crunching you and like trying to push you into an infinitesimal speck of nothing. You are also considered grappled and restrained. But you do feel the part of you that's not you, if you get my meaning,
Mhm.
seems to be reacting to this. And it seems to be avoided by these hands, as if, kind of like how some ants won't go to a certain area if it's covered by a certain amount of pheromones. Like the hands will not attach to that area. They seem to be avoiding that area.
You talking about like this stony part?
Or is it the Aelip part?
Ayla puts all over. The stony part's just on the.
The stony part.
They know about the stony part.
Yeah.
We don't know
Well,
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we do. A scoop does. Like a scoop hasn't
Yeah.
told us.
So that's
Yeah. We
so-
don't know about that.
So that was its bonus action. For its action, it's going to do a yank toward Nether, where it's going to just try to pull all of you. Sean hates that.
I hate all of this.
Can I ask? Is that trying to get, as it pulls? Is it trying to get out
Oh.
of our threatening
do a-
area?
I mean, no, it's still within your threat.
Okay, I had to
It's
ask.
pulling them in. So it has a couple options it can do with its action. This is one of these recharge abilities that it can only do if it's recharged and if it has somebody like enveloped in its void
Sure.
devouring grasp.
Okay, I was just trying to hustle. That's all.
Sure. So
Make
this
it make a dex save as well.
is that on when you take damage or when you are hit with an attack?
Hits when it with an attack.
So it wasn't an attack; it was a saving throw.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah.
And but this is an attack. Holy crap! That's only a 13. But it gets advantage because you're restrained. That is a 14.
Miss.
Woo!
So it begins to yank, and you just feel some of like the top hands kind of slip off, and it has to reassert its grasp, and new hands grab on and start to like go around. Like your ear and almost your entirety of your left eye is covered by hands. As you have this like kind of only Phantom of the Opera shape of his face. You can see. You don't see the hands. You only see a Scoop's arm from his elbow up, attached to Nakano's wrist, and a Scoop's face, Phantom of the Opera style, floating in the abyss of nothingness space. That's all you see, because the hands cover it and make it look like nothing is there. That's all you see. That's the end of its turn. So we're going to do another roll here to see if anything else shows up.
There's more things that can show up.
Guys are in the in-between of the in-between. What did you expect?
The void of hands is enough to deal with.
Yeah.
That's a 3.
Like I'm honestly worried a little bit here. You know.
That's a 3.
Okay. What does that mean?
Things
No.
come in threes. No.
Tamron, you're out front, right?
No.
Yeah, you are.
You're flying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you see a shred of light in front of you.
What is the next
as-
void of dicks?
It looks like like you're trapped in a tunnel with no you're trapped in a tunnel with no light.
Lots of hands or
and
lots of dicks. I'd rather.
something
I
shatters
think I'd
the
rather
fabric.
take the lots of dicks. They
Me
can't
too.
grab.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Just knock them out of the way. You know.
Right.
I can't.
Depends, if they can coil, if you wrap a rope around.
They're prehensile.
So anyway, you see light breaking through to shatter as small pieces of the shadow of blackness in the abyss begin to fade out from your vision, and you see light not too far ahead of you, like perhaps maybe 100 feet away, as something seems to break out from the what looks like a well-wall continuum in front of you. You can see the well-wall continuum. You can see the edge of a well-wall continuum. It's in front of you. But what has broken out looks like a grueler, like a growler that is punched through with mouths, but its skin is covered with hands. Not shadowy hands, but fleshy hands of different colors and creeds and sizes and fingernail lengths that just overlap. And like a bunch of arms and hands were taken from massive amounts of fresh cadavers and then folded in on this creature. And as it screams, like 4 hands come out from its mouth and roil with this one big yellow eye with a slit of an iris there at you. You can see the well wall now, but at its entrance, the shards and breaking sharpness of reality is a hand-like growler.
Christ. Okay.
So that's the beginning of it. Machete, it's your turn. I should roll for this.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
All this is happening very fast. So we
Yeah.
should-
No. I.
Can I
know,
ask
I'm
also
just-
how far the well wall is?
Yeah.
It's about 100 feet away.
Oh man, it's far.
And nobody else can do anything as far as like movement towards it because Tammy's the one.
Tammy's the
flying.
only one that seems to have leverage.
Yeah.
We can't move though, right? We're being held back.
You were moving. Remember, you rolled that athletics check, so you were
Yeah.
able to move. You're just moving at half speed, so you're moving at like 30 feet per round.
Okay.
If you now you no longer need to roll those percentile die to see whether the well continuum is going to show up, because now you know exactly where it is. It is like
I see.
3 and some change rounds away. If
But
you
we have another fresh hell to get through.
But yeah, that's there at the thing. You have if you can stop this mass of like void grasps from holding on to a scoop, you can move faster.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm not as worried. I know that I can't breathe, but I know that if this is what one hand is doing, a scoop must be feeling absolutely dreadful at the moment. So I'm going to try to free a scoop as much as I can, which isn't much.
Yeah, technically you're not able to do any vocal components at the moment.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm literally just using my Kopesh. Yeah, because I think otherwise, like, I can't do 2 hands. I'm trying to, All right. Do you want this still at disadvantage?
Yeah. You're being choked, it's being destroyed, you're trying to hold on to somebody with your elbow. I mean, it's got to be.
Okay.
You're an extremely compromised. All of you are an extremely compromised
14
positions.
hit?
14?
Yeah.
The big thing that's
Yeah.
holding on to a scoop? Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll hit.
Okay. Second attack, because I'm sure that first attack won't do it. And that's higher. That's a
Okay.
dirty 20. So I'm not putting on. So I'm not that dumb. I'm not going to put on force damage
Learning
onto
from our
this.
mistakes.
Yes.
But we do see a strand of light.
So that's going to be 16 points
16 points.
slashing, and
Okay. Again, it feels like you're cutting through water. You are hurting it, but not as much as you'd like.
yeah. Bonus action, can I take like my scalpel and just try to get the one that is at my throat?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Advantage, not advantage, but disadvantage or regular for the
Gotta
one
be
that's
a
at
disadvantage because you have to
my
like
throat.
you have to take your Kopesh, swipe, put your Kopesh away, grab your scalpel, and then cut. Like
Okay.
everything's a disadvantage right now. 30.
I was 16 on the die. So
Yeah, that'll hit.
I'll lag 2 points of damage to that.
2 points of damage is all it needs.
Woo!
Which is reduced to 1, which is all it had left, as you cut all the fingers at the knuckle, and and you have no idea what happens to them as they completely meld and camouflage into the blackness of the abyss.
I use my action surge, and then I cast guidance on Tammy to try to just do whatever you can get us through. That's a scary fuck, but we can deal with that. At least we can see him. I have
Okay.
no spells, guys.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I still got a few checks.
Okay.
Okay. If that's the end of your turn, then
yeah.
then it's the growler at the opening of the well wall. As it gets brighter, as you can see the well wall's light glancing upon you. The growler is going to do that scream. I need everybody to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, thank you for that guidance.
Did you?
Wait,
You
guidance is just
bonus
for
action
ability checks, or
guidance?
is it for saving
action surged.
throws too?
Oh, you action surge to cast a cantrip. It is saving throws and ability checks.
Yep.
Okay, sweet.
No, it's just ability checks.
Ability checks, yeah.
It's just
Oh,
ability
okay.
checks. Bless is attacks and saving throws.
But
You said
still,
wisdom saving?
Yeah. But
And it'll
still,
just be for your
I'm not
next
very
round.
wise.
if there's something for getting you through that, bashing your head or
Yeah, you
whatnot.
have 10 minutes with it, or a minute, or whatever. Yeah. All right, wisdom saving throws, everybody. What'd you get? Quickly,
10.
quickly. 10 to
13.
13. Can somebody
28
roll
minutes.
Nakanos?
Nakano, can I roll you a wisdom saving? No, she wants to do it. She's coming.
Okay.
No, you just toss it in there. For the
As
growler.
screams.
$14.
14. So no one saved. All of you fail.
What?
Cool,
Um,
cool,
28
cool,
doesn't
cool.
save?
Cool.
What'd you get?
28?
I thought you said you got a 2.
No.
Oh,
A 2d8.
I'm sorry, I heard 2. 28. Jesus Christ. How did that even happen?
Very
He's
wise.
So Misheni, Tamrin, and Nakano, you are afraid. You are under the fear condition. You are afraid of this thing that is right in front of you. Meaning, as long as you are afraid of it, you cannot move closer to it. All attacks are at disadvantage as long as you can see it.
I mean, we're already shooting at disadvantage at the other one, so, it's whatever.
But you can't actively move closer to it.
Yeah.
You get to re-roll your save for this at the end of each, or I believe it's at the
Beginning.
It's the beginning at the top of each of your turns.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, this is because we're fudging some stuff when it comes to how you understand the anti-existence. Anyway, okay, and then it is going to reach out its hand and
It's got more shit.
that was just his bonus action for like this terrifying yell, and then it's going to reach out its hand, and you see it elongate like Mr. Fantastic, but rather than it just stretch, it just a bunch of hands produce like as it stretches out toward you and tries to grab you, Tamrin, out in front. That is a 22 to hit.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
I still haven't cast Mage Armor.
Oh no.
Not that it would have made a difference.
That is 13 points of bludgeoning damage,
Okay.
and you are grappled, which means your speed is reduced to 0.
Okay.
You
Well,
can use a
doesn't matter anyway.
acrobatics check or athletics check during your turn to try to escape the grapple with an opposed athletics check from the growler.
Okay.
Or you can teleport
As
out.
an action, or
Yeah, in order to make an ability check, you have to use an action.
I understand.
Okay, that is its turn. And it appears to kind of be stiff-arming you and holding you at length.
Cool.
Cool. So, Tamara, it's your turn.
I would like to shoot a lightning bolt at it at level 4.
Okay, cool. It just has to make a dexterity saving throw then.
Yep.
No attacks.
That is a 14.
Fail.
Let's see. My save is
It's got to be higher than 14.
16.
So it's a failure. So it gets hit with all the lightning damage. And don't
8d6.
forget to roll your wild magic stuff.
Can I have
What do you need?
Are you casting at 3rd level or higher?
Can I have 2D?
Well, I guess you have to do it.
4th level? I'm out of 3rd level spells.
Oh, okay. So that's 9d6 then.
No, sorry, not d4s, d6s. Wild magic does not proc. 6, 12.
And don't forget to roll that wisdom saving throw at the top of your turn to see if you're afraid. Still.
32 damage.
32, not bad.
Wisdom saving throw is 9.
9. That's not going to do it, unfortunately.
What happened? Wisdom saving throw?
Yeah.
For him, because of the start of his turn. Where's my pen? There it is.
You can use my inspiration if you need.
You said 33?
32?
Okay, yep.
I don't remember. What was I?
You deal
I think
some hefty
32.
damage to this thing. It looks hurt.
Good.
Wait, the wisdom was for him to go forward?
The wisdom for was him to resist the fear effect. At the
Yeah,
moment,
he
he can't move closer to it because he's afraid, and he has 0 movement because he's still
Yeah.
grappled.
Yeah. Use my inspiration. World inspiration.
Oh, you want to? He's a scoop
To
is
give me
giving you one
another
of his world
wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, another
Yeah.
try at the wisdom saving
Okay.
throw.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Scoop. 11.
Not enough, fortunately. So you can't move.
How
So
much
you-
damage does this thing look injured? Can I even look
It looks
at
hurt. It looks
Okay.
hurt. You heard it. It doesn't look happy about that. A bunch of hands got fried and are hanging off limply.
Cool.
That then comes to a Scoop's turn. Scoop, you are grappled, restrained, and
I'm gonna turn into an A-lip so I can get ungrappled, unrestrained. I'm gonna go 10 feet into the large creature.
Are you gonna turn
Stay-
into the
Yep.
spirit of forbidden? Yeah, spirit of
Yes,
forbidden
yes,
knowledge.
yes. I won't turn into
Yeah, that
it,
makes
so-
you ethereal, kind of, doesn't it? Like non-corporeal.
Hey, oh.
Hey, curse works.
And then I'm gonna go, if this is okay with the DM, because I'm not the ruling is a little bit, or the wording is a little bit weird. I'm gonna go 10 into the big Icarish creature and say marble it. And create a
Like one of the forbidden words.
marble it is the word the whirlpool dart trigger. That's the trigger word for the
Marblet,
Well,
yeah.
marble.
Oh, marblet. Yeah. Okay. Are you throwing it, or are you just keeping it on
done.
your person?
I'm keeping it on person.
Okay, so you're gonna get affected by it too, then.
Well, I'm ethereal, so it's not really
Right,
gonna
but you're
affect me.
still a creature. You are still affected by gravity. You could just pass through solid objects. Does that make sense? Like, kind of, like it is a magical effect. It is a magical like pull, kind of like a thing. So it'll still affect you, just like the same like a whirlpool dart would affect a ghost. But you can do that if that's what you want to do. If you want to occupy something else's space, you can do that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, cool. So you let go, turn into this spirit of forbidden knowledge. Good thing you put Macheni and Nakano's hands together, but because you leaving the group does not affect everybody else from staying together. Fade back. No longer grappled and restrained. Allow yourself to be enveloped in this. Feel the pressure of being enveloped in this, even in this spiritual, like shade-like form. Realize that you shouldn't be in this location for long. You should exit, otherwise you're still going to get hurt from this thing, because it is far more metaphysical than it is perhaps physical. And say the activation word for it. That makes it needs to make a strength or dexterity saving throw.
I believe it's a dex. Let me pull that out again. Had it. It is a strength.
Strength saving throw. Okay.
Oh, what
It's a
happened?
magical effect, so. Uh-oh, we lost Noel. Now we're back. So it is a magical effect, so it gets advantage on resisting it.
I
That is
Yeah.
a 17
No,
on the strength saving throw.
It succeeds.
Does that mean it moves at all, or it still, or it takes half damage, or it just stays where it is?
Somebody peed?
Half damage.
Well,
Miss
we're
Shani
just-
peed her pants
yeah,
a little bit.
Miss
'cause
Shani-
she's
Oh,
scared.
did you save it for the antidote?
Should
Should
have. Maybe I can get some later. I'll wring out my clothes.
Okay. So, how much damage does it take?
11 total, but it gets reduced to half. So what
5.
is that? 5.
Okay. Are you gonna stay where you are? Or are you gonna move out of this thing's space?
If I can move out, yeah. Well, I
Yeah, you
gotta-
can move. You're non-corporeal.
I'll try to move, but then I'll Misty Step in between everyone.
Okay.
Because
Um,
I couldn't move. The whirlpool was too strong, so I just
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and you didn't really cast a spell for your action, so you can do it for as a bonus. Yeah, absolutely. Are you trying to just, who are you trying to Misty Step to? Who are you trying to grab onto? Or are you just floating in the center there?
I mean, I'm just considering I'm all fucked up.
Are you like
I'm
that for a
just
minute or for a round?
It should be for a round. Let me. Yeah, it should be for a round. 6 seconds.
Okay, so then do you want to like go to a place where when you do reapparate, are able to grab onto somebody?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, just tell me who you're grabbing onto.
I'll grab onto Macheni and Nakano. Again.
Okay, Machete and Nakano. So back where you were. You got it. Awesome.
Okay.
Cool. That brings us then to Nakano.
Are these things around me?
No, because Scoop teleported out of them, or like faded out of them. So the mass, whatever that massive mass is no longer holding on to the group.
That was
Because
big brand.
Scoop
Yeah.
Incorporated it and discorporated out of it, went into it, tried to make it siphon itself, and then teleported back to you guys. So it's not holding you back anymore. So you're moving. at
That was
full speed.
huge.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
you're
amazing.
still afraid, which means you can't move closer to the growler.
And the only one that
And the only one that can
can is-
move.
How do I
is Tamlin.
Is
not
me,
be
and I'm
afraid
afraid.
anymore?
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm the
At the
only
top
one
of your
that can
turn-
move, and I'm the afraid one.
Kim, did you roll a wisdom saving throw for a scoop at the top of your turn? Or you succeeded. You're not afraid. Nakano, you can roll a wisdom saving throw at the top of the turn to see if you can shake off the fear.
Okay.
But it's not like you cannot really move the group right now anyway. You
Right.
could like crawl along people, but you should still see if you're afraid or not.
Yeah, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I'm not gonna.
So your attacks are at disadvantage as long as you can see the growler and
yeah.
you can't move closer to it under your own volition.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
Crawl
Where?
towards. How?
Do you have one, two
Wrapping
of your spider
myself
limbs are
on
attached to-
somebody. Who? One of them is on Tamron.
Yeah, two limbs are like digging into Tamrin's ankle flesh, and one hand is grabbed onto Misheni's hand / elbow.
I guess I'm already attached to people, so.
I suppose you do have a hand free, technically.
Technically, yeah. Are we still formed a circle?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Is it still grabbing me? It is, right?
Yeah, the one that's in the growler is. It's got. Like,
So its physical form is like. Also, did that reach 100 feet? That thing?
Yep.
Yeesh.
Who's
It's
not
ten.
afraid right now? Just
Only a scoop.
Only a scoop.
All right, I'll hold
It's
on
like
to a
it's,
scoop.
but that's like all fleshy. It's not shade. You hold on to a scoop.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to do?
Just want to not be afraid anymore. So just like talking to a scoop.
What do you say to a scoop?
Get me out of here.
Death Warden wants to get out of here.
Death Warden just like curls up next to you and like wraps you slowly with one of their hands and whatever other spider limbs they have, and she just comes up like behind your shoulder and just whispers, "Get me out of here." Scoop is now afraid of Nakano.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
We're all a little bit afraid of the Nakano, right?
Yeah, it's true.
No, there's a healthy amount of fear.
Yeah,
I think
we've
we-
kind of
Yeah, yeah.
established the canon that whenever Nakano is afraid, everybody should be very, very, very afraid.
Yeah. I mean, this shit is horrifying to anybody. I mean,
Like, I might actually have bad dreams about this later tonight.
Like
this
real
is,
Yeah.
in-person Noel
Yeah.
bad dream.
yeah,
like
this is
Noelle
fucked
will
up,
have-
TJ.
Do you know how many years this image has been roiling in my mind?
You need help, bro.
Yeah.
I have a mental health maraca.
If you need more content, I could share you my dreams.
Oh yeah, dude,
Oh,
Angela,
man.
yeah, let's fucking talk. Let's do it. Yeah.
I like-
Cool.
Oh,
We'll talk.
boy.
We're gonna do some dream talk on the gluten
Okay.
talk. so
Yeah.
check it out. Help support us. All right. Cool. Nakano, that's the end of the thing. That brings us to Freddy Five Fingers, or the void, the massive void grasp.
I haven't gone yet. Is that still...
You went first. You went first. It was just been that long of a round. It was Misheni, Tamron, a scoop, Nakano.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just
Okay,
been that
sorry,
long.
sorry,
you guys take
sorry.
forever to take your turns.
Well, there's a
I
lot
know-
of
I know
weird
there's a
ass
lot
shit
going on.
on.
I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm shaking in my boots.
So it is this void hand thing. It's going to try to re-grasp somebody. At the moment, the person that is closest is going to be Misheni. It's going to try to reach out.
Okay.
Misheni, you hear these whispers on the edge of your periphery of consciousness, of like this morbid, grotesque mimicry of what Nakano had said and whispered into a Scoop's ears. Get me out of here, get me out of here, get me out of here, get me out of here. And it sounds like, rather than glottal vocal stops within a vocal cords, it sounds like little snaps and fleshes slapping against each other, simulating the sounds of voices as a bunch of hands like clap and snap to simulate the sound of words and voices. Sean hates
Nah,
this
man,
stuff.
that's awful.
I'm like, I'm so skeeved at the moment.
And you feel it. You don't see it because you can't see it coming, but you feel it like around you and getting closer to you, and you just hear
Alright.
the snaps like surrounding you. I want you to it's going to do two things. It's going to use one of its abilities to, as part of its attack, make you, because anytime it makes an attack, it can use one of its charges to make you roll a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. So wisdom save coming
Yeah.
right up. That is an 11.
That's 11. You are stunned into an action as you become basically petrified with terror, seeing glimpses of what a living being should never see, never understand, and never hear. And you start to just barely glimpse what is actually happening. Your senses can only interpret it so much, but you start to, just like an ant walking upon a switchboard and the eldritch madness of it, realizing that it is like full of levers and buttons that actually do things and not just a landscape. You have this idea of realizing that what sound it is making is not anything that your brain can understand, but is simulating by mimics of what it has heard.
Can I
everything.
try
What's
to
that?
save from that with a world inspiration?
Yeah, you can use it, yeah, if you'd like.
Better. 16?
16 will do it. The DC was 15. So you feel your mind crumbling and falling as you realize there's no point to anything, as the madness of just existence and the existential dread begins to set in on a molecular level and then you gaze at Tammy, who has all these hands on his chest that's holding them back, and he looks stricken with terror. Nakano, who's grasped as much as he possibly can up against his scoop and grabbing you, and you feel her squeeze tighter on you, and you say, and in your mind, say, I have to be brave for them. And you push right through it, and you ignore what may be the truth of existence for what is right now, and you push through it. That is a 17 to hit you.
Miss.
As it tries to swipe you, you are almost stunned in this moment, and almost still as it tries to slowly grab onto you and fold its hands onto you and crush you before you move your body in a jolt, and it seems to scatter as you hear whispers and snaps get farther away from you. That's its turn.
Still hungry?
That brings it to your turn. Or I'm sorry, that brings it, yes, back to the top, back to your turn. You're no longer held by this thing.
Top of my turn, I'm going to roll for a wisdom
You
save
got it.
against the thing at the gate. I'm still scared. So it was a 9.
This is eating up a lot of world inspirations.
I'm going to do something a little crazy.
Ooh, you tell. I'm here for it.
All right.
I think it's about time to try some shit like that.
Some shenanigans. Object interaction. I grab the vial that is not supposed to come out unless dire circumstances. The one containing the sakura blossom stuff.
Like
and
the
then
pollen and
yeah.
the petals.
I uncork it and I use Druidcraft to just kind of aim one of the doses at the growler that's basically protecting the gate so that I can try to command it.
The thing made of flesh.
Yes.
You got it. Awesome. It is still quite far away, but you're using Druidcraft. Dope. I'm going to have you roll an Arcana check to see if you can get this. You have a chance of doing this because you're still in like a weightless area.
Yeah.
And you're not moving, and technically this is not an attack. So just a straight Arcana check, yeah.
Not bad. 19.
19. Tamron, you see out of the corner of your eye, sakura petals float into view, reflecting the light and twinkling that a scoop still has on his baguette. That kind of flickered in and out when he became incorporeal and then became corporeal again. And that PTSD of
Like
panic.
this
of like,
now. I'm like,
yeah, exactly. And then you see it followed by pollen spiraling into what looks like a three-dimensional representation of DNA that seems to follow the length of this fleshy arm that made of hands that are roiling and snapping and shuddering along the length of that up into the face or whatever the exterior of this growler itself. The growler is going to have to roll, and you're like, what the fuck? The growler is going to have to roll a wisdom saving throw. See what happens.
Okay.
That's a 5. The growler becomes affected by the Sakura Blossom
Nice.
like apathy, pretty
Nice.
much.
Question mark?
It's control person basically at this
It's-
point.
yeah,
So
but you don't control it. The Sakura do. The plant itself controls it. You don't control it. You like
Okay.
the first step. You've studied this. We've talked about this.
I know. My understanding was that it was basically you could use it to control somebody else because that was how they were doing it in Sivesh, basically, for a little bit, and then they turned into zombie plants. That was my
People
understanding. If
weren't
that's not
using it to
that's
do
fine.
it. The
Yeah.
actual plant had a plan and was doing it itself. The
Yeah.
plant has a consciousness and a mind and plans within plants.
Because I speak plant, I guess I kind of understand plant. I can't speak it. A scoop can.
So I'm gonna save you some time because
Yeah.
you remember the first stage of this is not being fully under the control of something like this. It's that apathy of like, where have all the flowers gone?
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, this is so beautiful. I just have to chill here and not do anything to allow the vines to grow into you and then take control over you. There's that part. So it just becomes, for all intents and purposes, stunned. And it can't do anything. Meaning that, Tamron, you're no longer grappled. So you no longer have that 0 movement. It doesn't mean that you're not afraid of this thing still, though. But its grip weakens, and it just becomes now no longer a combatant in the battle, but it's still scary.
Sure
but yeah,
is.
that works.
Okay, I mean, this is still very scary. Looks like it's loosening in the grip. Can you go closer to it? I think it might be okay.
So
I don't know.
I know.
it's Tamron's turn. You can roll a wisdom saving throw to see if you can get out of the fear.
Please, please. Oh, nope. 6.
Haha.
So, Tamron, you're still afraid of this thing. You can't move any closer, but nothing else is holding onto your group.
Is it? I have a question. Is it just?
Guidance
you can
is just
see it?
ability checks.
No, I know.
It is. You cannot move closer to the object of your fear, and long as it is within line of sight, all of your attacks are at disadvantage.
Can you put a blindfold on and just move forward?
Um,
And we can play the game of where like.
it also says disadvantage on ability checks,
tail and the
with attack
donkey?
rolls while the
Yeah.
source of fear is within sight. Cannot willingly move towards the source of fear, meaning that you know it's there, regardless of whether you can see it
What
or
if we
not.
spin 'em
Technically, you
around?
also have disadvantage on ability checks as well, as long as you can see it.
Okay.
I mean, I
if you
guess
put a
I have to.
blindfold on, you won't have disadvantage on attack rolls. You will still have disadvantage on attack rolls because you'll be blind, but you won't have disadvantage on ability checks as long as they don't require sight.
I have to destroy it still. So I will shoot another 4th level lightning bolt at it.
Okay. It is stunned, so if I remember correctly, I believe it automatically fails. Automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throw, so you're going to do full damage to it.
Ooh. That looks nice.
You see as Tamron grabs onto the hand that's now loose and kind of flowing free in the abyss, firmly, and then just uses as a conduit and sends the lightning bolt up with the shaft of hands and arms.
35 damage.
Nice.
It's exactly how many fucking hit points I had left.
Yeah,
exactly how many fucking hit points I had
let's
left.
go. I will now use my movement to go towards the door, please.
You got it. Yeah, that'll get you closer. You move 30 more feet towards the door. Oh, wait, you have a fly speed of 60 feet. That's correct. So you move 60 feet towards the door. Yeah, because now you're not being held back by a bunch of stuff. The people are lighter. You're not being pulled
We want to go with you.
in certain directions.
Like,
Yeah, so you'll get, you're almost there. You're 30 feet away from the opening of this thing. That brings us to a scoop.
Use Call Lightning. That's still currently up. I guess just to...
Into the abyss. You got it.
Yep.
That fails. You see it spread on this mass of hands. Just kind of like the matrix of this scorched sky of hands superimposed upon the ground of the negative abyss. It now seems to have formed what looks like a circle, kind of similar to what you have formed as you are all grabbing onto each other. Forms of you, but but at like a scale of 10 times the size, created by just a bunch of hands made of shadow. It looks like the tethered circle that you guys are holding on to each other, the group that you're holding on to each other as, it has created this kind of mimicry of what you look like, but at a grand scale, perhaps 10, maybe 20, maybe 50 times the size, so fucking far away as the electricity travels down all of these, and it continues to go on to ad infinitum. It hurts. How much damage? Failed.
40. I was going to do channel.
Oh, you're
Divinity,
doing the
but-
max damage? It looks hurt, actually. As you see, perhaps the one representation of Nakano and Masheni on of these hands that it's trying to mimic you as shatter, and the hands scatter into oblivion as sparks of like electricity hitting liquid shatter out like fireworks, and it starts to collapse like a bunch of bodies roiled onto each other and falling down onto each other, trying to build itself back up. That it then?
it's
Yeah.
a good
Okay.
turn. Good
That'll be
Is that
Nakano
all?
then.
yeah.
As Nakano is like jetpacking you on your back, holding on with as many limbs as she possibly can, being like, it's Nakano's turn.
All right, saving wisdom save. throw.
You're good.
No,
Oh,
you're
it's-
good.
It's dead.
Oh hell yeah!
It's dead. yeah.
I'm
wanna
not
do?
no longer attached to a scoop.
Okay, you slowly detach from a scoop.
I feel like you're like whatever.
Whatever. Yeah.
Like, I
Let's-
wasn't afraid. It's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I didn't scream. It's fine.
And
Ow.
Yeah, there's like
How
little
far are
puncture
we
holes
now?
of where your
30
limbs
feet?
are like digging into his rib cage. Yeah, you were 30 feet away
let's do
from the
this.
entrance to this well wall.
I'm jetting
How?
with everybody.
How?
Can you like...
Web?
How? Okay, cool. You want to Spider-Man this thing and pull
I
yourself
think
in?
we could. Yeah, I was gonna use web a while ago, but then I was like not sure how to use it when I was under fear.
Spider
Cool.
web.
Yeah, if you want to like Spider-Man
Web.
web sling
Web,
yourself and
yeah.
try to pull yourself in, that's fucking cool. That's not essentially how the spell works, but that's super cool. So go ahead and just roll a Arcana check for me.
Sure.
Where does the web come from again?
Wherever she wants.
16.
16. Yeah, you just two limbs shoot out some of the web on either side of this and kind of like boomerang, like trebuchet, pull yourself through as the rest of the group kind of, and you both all kind of condense into a small like cannonball. Do a barrel roll, Sile, and to try to get into this one iris that has been opened and tumble and collide into the opposite side of the well wall. And you are in this well wall.
Wow.
I'm smart again.
And
Nice.
Trisheni is back in the well wall. Fuck.
Yeah, well,
It's back
kind
in the
of,
well wall
but I
continuum.
don't know, like,
Yeah, I'll
'cause
give it to you.
I'm
It's fine.
okay. Thank you.
Micheni is back in the well wall continuum and becomes smart again. Yeah, you're back there.
Nice.
Okay, so based on what I remember, I think based on this and this and this, we gotta go this way. Go down like another like 25.6 meters, and I think we might be able to get there.
If I remember correctly, your destination was the circle on the Sutamabura, right?
Correct.
So there would be a designated like exit here type of exit because it's supposed to be planned to go where you need to go. You do feel all of you being pulled. You feel like you're in the right well wall, like the right wormhole. You do feel yourself being pulled towards like the right direction to possibly enter the invisible spot in which you would be able to enter your planned destination. You feel it. That's the end of initiative. We're gonna just see if the mass of the grasping void is gonna try to follow you into the well wall continuum.
It's not worth it.
So this is the last roll of this thing entering here. Because of the things you've done for it, on a 15 or higher, this thing is going to have the wherewithal to enter and try to pursue you. On a 14 or lower, it will not be able to gather itself and be able to keep its constituents together long enough to be able to pursue you. So here we go. Okay. At the top of the order then is Micheni.
Well,
You guys looking behind you?
Yeah.
Or are
of
you
course.
moving forward?
Well,
I guess I'm looking forward, trying to get to the place.
Top of the order, he said. So, give me a second.
Oh, so we're not out of initiative.
Well, I have to keep track of this because we're back in it well, all guys. I'm able to tap into some of Trishani's skills, and I start dancing.
Okay, you just like wiggle in 0G.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just
Which-
do the worm
which
in
makes
the
my-
wormhole.
Yeah, which makes my AC 23 at the moment.
Yeah, so you
What?
just see Micheni start
Whoa.
doing the worm in the wormhole and just be like, you can't keep a good eye on her. It's really hard to follow her movements.
Ah, clever, yeah.
All right. And then can I? I'm gonna take a look and see if I'm worried about this thing because it's scary.
You realize that it's now time to follow the stream. Not go all the way to the point where it empties out into the abyss again, but it's time to follow the stream. And you could get there faster if you paddled with the stream.
Okay.
You know.
I'll just start worming along.
Sure,
Follow me,
I mean-
guys. This is the way you do
Yeah,
it in
I mean,
real.
you don't have any leverage, so
Yeah.
you can't really do anything. Only the person.
I'll start beatboxing and just kind of set the mood.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
That's yeah. Oh yeah. Let's do it. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Moving and hurting.
Great. So then,
Can we have well wall lights again?
yeah. I suppose it's
Sorry.
well all lights time
Alexa,
again.
turn the lights blue.
Yeah. There we go. There. Okay.
Alexa doesn't like you. Okay, that brings us to Tamarin. Tamarin, you're in
Holy
control.
shit.
You don't know if this thing's following you or not.
I'm not going to look back. I'm going to keep going in the direction that we're supposed to go, to the place we're supposed to be.
Okay, you just follow Micheni's directions as the ladies say, just go, just go, just go. And you do feel yourself begin to like stretch and end your presence within this as you approach some sort of invisible area. And you do feel yourself being like, as your face begins to stretch, you see as Tamron turns into almost pieces of spaghetti and getting sucked into something that is not there, and you all follow suit before you fall onto the wooden, damp ground, and you hear the creak of wood and the smell of
shit.
salt.
Oh.
These sound effects are fucking phenomenal right
Yeah, it's pretty cool, dude.
And you hear a voice say,
Oh.
"You don't look so good. Is everything okay?"
Oh,
And that's where we're going to take our break. We'll be back in just a little bit.
yes.
now.
Stay safe out there, guys. We'll be back in just a little bit. Hello, and welcome back. Boop-a-dee, boop, 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 boop. So, we left off with you dealing with the grasping void. And we're going to go right into you finally completing your rift trip through the Wellwall Continuum, through multiple realities, back onto the hold of, hopefully, the Sutamabura, as you hear something similar to the Seeker's voice say, "Is everything all right? You don't look so good."
Oh, we've been through it. Is this the Sutamabura? Are you the Seeker?
Are
It
you
is the
real?
ship formerly known as the Sutamabura.
Okay, that's good. And you are the Seeker, yes?
Last time I checked.
And this is CrestVahllen.
And what day
Uh,
is it?
I mean,
'Cause
Yeah.
we have a different name for this world and its lands and its continents, but just for, as you understand colloquially, yes.
it's still Venteria, right?
Yes.
What day is it? Is it still 2nd of Awkward?
No.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. What day is it, though, actually?
Let me get the triage team, because you don't seem like you are maybe concussed.
We're a little disoriented.
Yeah.
They go like and step about like halfway up the stairs from the hold, and they go like a and just like make some whistle sounds, and then come back down as you hear some shuffling above deck.
Can you help me, Machete? I'm kind of. I
Stop
need realigning.
picking at it.
What? Say that again?
I said I need
hear
realigning.
it.
I can
My
hear it.
shoulders are dislocated.
Oh, okay. I can kind of give you, like, yeah, here, hold on.
Also, some
Look at the-
patches up.
Yeah, okay. One, I need you to breathe in. This is gonna hurt a little. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That's one shoulder.
Yeah, like both of the Scoop's shoulders are dislocated, and you just go, oh. Like,
All right,
feel it.
and second one, 1, 2, 3. All right, there you go.
As you try to relocate his second shoulder, you notice the impressions of where the hands wrapped around him had begun to like eat away at the fabric of matter on him. So like a bunch of his clothes are kind of dematerialized in hand patterns all across his clothes, and the one part of his clothes that are not touched at all and seem to be pristine seems to be down near his hip and leg and like side in that area.
You're looking a little ragged. Besides your actual, like, physical form, like your clothes, except over here. Did you rub seaweed on yourself too, and that's why nobody else like that? That's what? No?
I'll just check.
I mean, are you feeling okay otherwise? Like,
I mean, I just took a beating, so. Well,
Can I do an insight check against?
yep, you can.
Okay.
You can
Okay.
if you want.
Okay.
Sure.
I just. Okay, if you say so.
You can roll persuasion or deception, but just don't tell me which.
Me? Or her?
Yeah.
Oh.
You. What did you get on your insight?
5.
13.
Okay.
Well, I trust you. That nurse, Durst Noctor kind of relationship. Like, obviously, you wouldn't keep anything from me, so it's all good.
Oh.
Okay. You seem alright otherwise. Maybe you could get the tailor, I suppose. But... Oh, let me fix this other... There, your pinky's back in spot. Now, too. Okay.
Ow.
Yeah, that one... I'm sorry, I should have given you a little warning, but it honestly would have hurt more if I hadn't.
That's true. You're just cracking your bones over there.
So are you. So, eventually, a few of the Tananawi come down into the hold and for a moment are surprised and just have a look and then nod and kind of give you a bit of recognition and then begin to tend to some of your more obvious wounds. And then the seeker speaks up. You did tell me that you were on your way, but of course, I'm sure moments happen, so...
I told a lot of people were on the way, but things kept getting sidetracked. You were just the lucky one to see us.
Life is complicated, I understand. We are fastly approaching our destination of Namung, hopefully being able to enter the Bay of Piety soon. And then make a dock at the harbor, and many of our people have expressed an interest to stay among the ship for safety, as the northern territories have not been something that is very welcoming to our people. At the very least, unempathetic. But we understand that we do need to make a show of force when it comes to our will. So, we are ready. We are maybe 2 days out.
Speaking of that, how's work on the case going?
Yeah.
As per your advice, we have reached out to a few. We have received some funding from a rather how do I describe this kindly? A bye-bye in
Oh.
Yeah, we know her.
a rather loud individual.
Yeah.
Her part's in the right place, I think, though.
Invested in
It's hard to tell, but I think so.
Yeah, I think she's trying.
Maybe a little out of touch, but
Yeah.
is mostly invested in making sure she is seen. That is my feeling from her. But
yeah.
she has secured some lodging should we care for it, and some security should we care for it, and started a fund for our cause. We have also, as such, used such funds to make contact with some of our other collectives in the southern hemisphere. And we are doing our best to try to keep records as to our encounters. There have been, as you are well aware, some instances where our endeavor has been prolonged due to perhaps some purposeful efforts. And so we are doing our best to keep records of such. Also, Baikem started some, what you may call a domino effect of others, a call to action. And others who are empathetic to our cause and plight have begun to throw in some of their hats of resources as well. It appears to be that we have a bit of a momentum of a movement.
It's very good to hear.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yes, many are coming forward with instances of those that they deemed hopeful as the institutions that have power were going to suppress these thoughts and actions. But we have been taking records as meticulously as we can. Perhaps the most influential and of great, most import that we have experienced is that of those that still remain within the Northern Hemisphere and in the Northern Dynasty, as they prefer to call it. Many are afraid. We have heard word through clandestine and other more secretive methods that there are those who are fear for their safety should they speak up. And they require assurances, but they promise concrete evidence and information that could perhaps sway the case in the favor of the greater good. Unfortunately, we do not have the manpower to do so, but our confluence of these funds has secured us armaments from the Razorfang. It was not my decision. In fact, I voted against it. But we are a democratic people, and we acknowledged that the sway of opinion also included those that were not present. There is a more aggressive, retaliatory movement swelling in the south. Words have so told of Elongama, bands of Tananawi moving throughout the lands and spreading through the seas, setting light to any bastions of civilization that took control of some of our ancestral homelands. They believe that she should take them by force. I fear for our endeavor as to what the optics of such would do. But I also, in good conscience, cannot condemn their efforts. So if this is to be a trial, as you have said, and we have prepared for, I will not lie. They will have my sympathy, empathy, and support, but I don't agree morally on what they are doing. So perhaps it is best that I not be involved.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said after. Perhaps it is best.
Perhaps it is best that I not be involved. As much as I am a elder of our people.
You can still at least give a witness statement for what you have seen in your own lands and such.
Of course, that is what the records are for. We have been doing our best to organize it. We were able to hire a solicitor.
Oh, good. Okay.
To just help us understand more about the law and how to organize our records. one of the bards from the university that is hoping to make their mark throughout the world. Also may help due to their immunity clauses. Supposedly from a house of recognition as well. So,
Which house?
House Orleno, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. Orlando.
Orlando.
So, should we ever find ourselves in Saivesh, I would very much like to meet this bye-bye.
I think we could come over to our estate and have a tea with her. That way you're on equal ground.
Yes, you did speak of how you did have a homestead there. Perhaps. I'm sure many of us are eager to relocate to parts of the land that we are able to connect with spiritually, but in time. Many of us are eager to reconnect with parts of the land that we connect with spiritually, some of our ancestral homelands. But in time, I'm sure we will find our way to your estate.
Weren't you in Saivesh with the Watcher?
Yes.
Then
I mean, not just me.
okay.
We will perhaps find our way back there, but it is not our goal.
Is there a set date yet for the trial? I'm sorry if you already
No.
set the time. Okay, not a set date. That's
I doubt they even know that we are coming. Or they probably do know that we are coming, but they are hoping that we do not get ashore. But enough about what has been going on here. Are you okay?
We've been through a lot.
Yeah. Too much.
yeah.
It appears so.
I mean,
Is there anything I can do?
I have a couple questions for you, maybe, but maybe we sleep first and then talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
yeah.
Yes, you have come in the dead of night, so it's probably best that you rest.
But one question, I need to get my grasp on this reality and resettle my head. What's today's date?
Oh yeah.
The 2nd of Akiel, or it was moments ago. We have
Okay,
passed
so-
the midnight mark.
Okay. Okay.
It is now the early morning of the 3rd,
It
according
was
to
a
your
long
calendars.
day.
It has been a very, very long 48 hours, if you would call that 48 hours.
You smell good, though.
We did have an excellent meal tonight, I will say, before some stuff
Yeah.
happened, but
I suppose I'm glad that you had a good meal. We also have been rationing our meals rather well. I have to be honest, though. I don't want to get too much into the weeds of what it is that is happening, but it appears that with the rising of these several different forces, people seem to be collating or consolidating their power masses. People, it is a recipe for another war, should the powder keg be lit. This is not something that we are not used to. But if we are to avoid the worst of the inevitable, I fear the tensions and the tempers of those involved, on both sides of the shore. I do not want the possibility of peace to be drowned and sunken to the bottom of the depths due to one action of hasty retaliation.
Yeah.
And I have seen many paths that lead to such an event.
Hmm.
He's seen many paths that have led to the event, right? Like
Oh.
this. Yeah. Sorry, TJ, you're just a little
Yeah.
soft right now.
I will put this in my face.
Yeah, eat it. Eat the
There you
mic.
go.
There you go.
So-
Microplastics.
Please rest. There is more than enough room. We have to be careful. Sometimes there are caravans that bring us supplies because they would know that what we are trying to do, and sometimes there are those that are trying to hinder our progress. You have been here for a few of those. We should arrive within the Bay of Piety in 2 days' time.
Should anything happen overnight while we're here, I'm sure we'd all be willing to help defend what's
Of course.
going on. And
Many thanks.
protect.
I believe we had our ship should be going to Namang too, right? So maybe we can complete the journey with you and meet up with our crew in Namang, right?
Yeah.
Perhaps would it is random or just erratic as how word travels over the seas if magic is not involved. But we have not heard word of your ship meeting us here.
Well, we knew that you were headed to Namang, and we knew that we could hitch a ride with you guys. We could teleport to you from where we were, and so we sent our ship to Namang, I think, right? Didn't we?
To
I
meet
think-
us later, of course. Yeah.
We left it there. And we were waiting to get more information.
All
And
right.
then I was
And
gonna send
then
back.
We didn't tell them to.
He said to stay there because I wanted them to go to
Shylong.
Shylong, and then go to Namong. But you guys. just
So
wanted to
Hurt
stay
and
there.
Captain Avery, if that is true, would have just stayed in Long Deck.
So they're
Okay.
still in Long Deck.
Yes.
well, that was also before. That was before we went on the to the first place we went
Right.
yesterday. I don't even know.
I
But
think it's today.
I don't know anymore.
Their
I've lost all
timeline,
track of
like-
time.
like the international date line that we crossed multiple times.
If I remember correctly, it was the first of Akial in which you transported to Sarnla to meet with Lady Masha. And then when you transported out of the Ehrenbach estate, reality went wibbly wobbly timely wimey, and you ended up at the Spice of the Sea at the second of Awkward. And then another wibbly wobbly timely wimey transfer back to this universe, or whatever this may be, and it is now the third of Akiel. At the very beginning of the third of Akiel,
Yeah.
and the
But
in, like, the
even
midnight hours.
traveling to Ehrenbach Estate, we lost half a day because it was across the continent. and
Time zones.
So, and time zones.
Time zone time.
Yeah. So it's
most
weird.
of the time change that is kind of like
Well, I should have believed that
difficult
because
to
I believe that
accommodate for.
CrestVahllen is flat.
Most of the time that is lost or that appears to be unaccounted for without explanation can most likely be accredited to the rifts that you travel through when you move through space, especially when you cross realities.
So
But at the moment, you are at the third of Akiel, at the very at 12:05 in the morning.
Mhm.
You have 2 days, it said, until you reach the Bay of Piety.
So should we maybe, if we didn't tell them to come along, and because obviously plans changed from what it was before, should we? Are you able to get in contact with them to also a scoop tonight, or do you think it's gonna be tomorrow morning?
I should be able to.
Yeah. Okay.
I have enough energy. Yeah.
Should we
Is
wait
it-
for your ship to arrive before we push a concerted effort into
No,
Namong?
we can hang out in Namong until our ship arrives.
I mean, should we wait until your ship arrives before we attempt to move events forward for our hopeful case? There are those that do
Why?
know we are there
Do you feel
to
like
do the thing, to appeal to the courts our case, and are trying to fast track what it is they can, but there are many that don't as well, and so they are waiting for when we are ready, as we.
But what does our ship have to do with that?
do you need an escort? Basically, is
I was just
Oh.
asking you if you would like to wait until the rest of your crew and family among the seas were here.
Do you think that that's needed? Are you anticipating violence?
yeah.
If I remember correctly, many of those that are upon your ship that work in your crew were also once crew of this ship here,
Yeah.
and may have much testimony, should they be able to offer it.
TJ, can you make the music less intense?
Yeah.
Is it too loud?
No, it's literally
No,
it's
it's just
combat
really
music right
intense.
now. It's still
Yeah.
it's still yeah.
It's calm music for me right now.
Well, that's
No.
not what we're.
I've got the
hearing.
Banner Saga of
Oh, I
our
mean-
bones, the hills,
I don't know what's going on because
Yep.
screaming horns,
Yeah,
I have-
trumpets
me-
blaring.
Nope,
Yep.
that's not what's happening for me. But I will push the next song to see if that helps.
Wonderland.
Yeah, Wonderland by Alexander Nakarada. Is what's
Ah,
This is much better.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
what's been playing this entire time for me.
Wow.
Okay, and so I've just like it's been actually perfect, and I've been into it like, yes, we are not sure what is going on.
Just
and,
Dum, 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 dum,
Yeah.
dum.
and you guys are like, can you turn the music less intense? And I'm like, I'm not sure how much less intense I can make it.
we are harried from the, the hands like. Ugh. All right, now it's nice though. Thank you.
All right,
Glad
that
you said
better?
something. Yeah.
Yes.
It's
Pick
like
up.
meditation now.
Do you want me to hit the thing?
No, I did already.
Oh.
I got it.
Yeah.
So, in this less intense moment, there are many of the crew from the original crew from the Sutamapura who were witness to some of the actions of Captain Imari Yukari
Oh,
and of others, if my memory serves me, as which it usually does, that may be able to offer good character witness and testimony.
that's true.
At least that is at the advice of Olario.
I mean, as long as you're fine being here, I think for a couple days while we wait for our.
I mean, this
ship.
trial could take months, right? Though.
Orleno has told us that if it should become high profile, the Northern Dynasty would try to settle it as quickly as possible, for they do not want the negative optics.
Okay.
It could affect their relationships with other nations and how much sales they are allowed to use when it comes to purchasing armaments from one particularly technologically advanced nation.
True. It's a bad look.
Indeed. So,
How far away is our crew? How many days?
Perhaps a week to Namang from your current location. From if they are in Long Deck, they would have to travel around the Horn to get to the Great
Yeah.
Piety. We can wait. We are strong and hardy people. We are very self-sufficient. And perhaps we can sow whispers of distrust within the people that are already slightly oppressed.
Do you think removing putting all the cannons to Shylong will make the boat go quicker? Which was what we originally intended, because having 20 cannons on our ship that don't even have ports kind of makes no sense.
But we could sell those or just hold on to them. I mean, they're super high tech.
I know.
I don't know if it'll necessarily make it go faster either. That much faster. Like you might get there an hour earlier, right? Because it's.
It would decrease its speed considerably if it had less weight, as how maritime calculations go. But it is entirely up to you if you own a wealth of cannons. We are trying to avoid war, but inserting more weapons of war into this sprawling environment of privateering. Trust is a tricky thing.
We like our cannons because we typically run into a lot of chaotic monsters.
Yeah.
We only
And
got
so
so
be
many
it.
people that could use them.
But there are also cannons that are off the high seas of perhaps enemies of us and others, like our friends here. So it's something to consider as well.
I believe it's time for you to rest. We can
Yes.
talk about this later.
Yes, please, thank you.
But if you wouldn't mind, and the gestures to you, Tamrind, a word.
Of course.
However, if you need anything, but are we just over here in the quarters okay?
It's the hammocks.
Perfect. Oh, it's a good hammock. All right.
The Seeker ushers you halfway up the stairs before stopping between, as you hear the wood creak and the waves crash against the hull, halfway between the deck and the hold. I don't just smell food on you. There are I have to be very careful how I choose my words in the next few moments, because I have seen existences collapse and fall over the utterance of a whisper. What you have seen is not for all to see. It stretches beyond the existence of imagination, flutters and proliferates upon those who create insanity within the edges of the periphery. Should you meddle in these affairs, which I no doubt believe I could stop you if you wanted to, you must be aware of the consequences. You may find your way back to them, but they may not be the ones that you left.
I don't know if I have a choice in the matter at this point. I feel within the last couple of months that I've just been pushed along a path. I feel like I barely have control over my destiny and what I see and what I don't see.
Then there was always some part of you that was always going to make this choice.
Yeah. And I've met a few of myselves now, and it seems like there's maybe one of me for every choice that has and hasn't been made.
It is dangerous. Should the loom fray too much, the weaver will throw out the rug. I know you know this. I know you will realize this. I know we have had this conversation millions of times. There was always a moment where we were going to speak of this. But perhaps this one feels different.
I'm not trying to fray the loom. I don't want to.
As you have said, perhaps you are locked in something that will always be. But do you remember when we touched?
Yeah.
There were many different versions of that moment that I had seen. Many that you did not. Many that you stayed and parted with your friends that you are here now. Many that you took my place as I faded. But there were some where the coin landed on its side. I can only see so far. And I seek what cannot be found. But I believe, that you have more freedom in your choice than you believe you do. Time, much like everything else, is moldable. Clay to be formed in the shape that we wish. Sometimes we cannot choose the clay, but your hands are not your hands. They are your hands. All of your hands. I know you have met others. And the last careful word that I can give you is, not all of them will look like you.
I look like I'm going to look real deep into his eyes right now.
Okay. You want to roll an insight check?
Yeah. Uh, 19.
19.
Can you toss on that guidance I gave you? Just a
Oh,
reminder?
yeah.
Shit, you never used it. Yeah, we're on the cusp of that 10 minutes too, yeah.
22.
22? So I'm not going to tell you what they rolled, but it becomes to a total of 21. I'm not going to tell you what kind of check they rolled, but they
Yeah.
rolled a 21, so you beat it by 1 with the 22. You look in their eyes real hard as the rest of the edges of your vision fade away, and you get tunnel vision on their eyes, and they still and they accept your gaze, and you see their pupils shimmer with silver, with a glint. And your vision is abruptly taken about as a hand is rested on the edge of your shoulder. Nothing is set in stone. But we all wear masks. And we all are several in one.
And you're all what?
Several in one.
Uh-huh.
Be careful. I've been around longer than I care to. Perhaps you can change that. As their gaze begins to drift up to the night sky, and they put one foot in front of the other as they ascend the stairs.
Tamron's gonna go to bed now.
If you weren't already just torn apart by
Yeah.
literally jumping across realities,
Yeah.
now this.
More reality shattering shit.
Yeah.
You guys rest.
Woohoo.
Wait.
Yay.
I
I've
knew
never
Cam-
used so many spell slots in my entire campaign.
Sure,
know.
Cam. I knew you would have something. Go ahead. What is it would you like to do?
Mashani, you're right. Do you mind just watching me and Nakano over the night?
Oh.
Or just
You want me to watch over for a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
I can't
Are you-
explain why. I don't know why.
Okay. I have no
Just a
magic.
lot of things happened.
Yeah, I have no magic, but I'm fully okay otherwise. So
I-
yeah, I can stay up for a little bit longer, and then maybe can we switch in the morning so I can get some shut eye too?
It's fine.
Scoop, you also seem to catch the eye of an individual that appears to be in this area as well, who's just kind of gives you a bit of a nod of affirmation. They appear to be armed, but with a long musket-like weapon.
I know this person.
And kind of like standing as though they were standing like those British guards, just perfectly still at the edge, but like not that still, but in that type of kind of persona. Getting the idea, like there's quite a few people here that are on watch. Nobody here is going to purposely let anything happen to you, if that means anything.
I'll still
It's
keep
up to
watch.
you though.
Yeah, no, I'll still keep watch.
It's,
I don't know if. Yeah, we've seen a lot. But yeah, just let me sleep in the morning a little bit. That'd be great.
it's fine. That's fine.
Okay, and I
That's
will.
fine with me.
I'll keep watch, but then I'll just, entertain myself a little bit by writing down what I've seen in the past 24 to 48 hours into my lab notebook.
Sure. The rest of you get the triage team wraps up as the steam from the hot bowls of clean water, now dirty with murky brown and reds, are taken away. And one last bowl is brought to you as a group before you bed down. There's also hot bowl of water that is a little bit more smaller. It's about only the size of a saucer, brought to you by a much younger Tananawi that comes over and seems a little nervous. Kind of reaches out their hands, puts it on the floor, and pulls a rag out from over their shoulder and dips it in the water. And while you're writing down your notes, kind of walks up to you and pulls some of the crusted blood and dust from your long ears. And as they're got this pursed lip, concerted, concentrated effort.
Thank you.
So, what do you want me to say to her or Captain Avery before we go to bed? Because I still have energy left, and might as well get them moving.
Yeah, no, I
and
think
not
that
waiting
makes
8 hours.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a whole lot of sense because they can move, you know. I mean, just I guess we don't have a good bearing with us for right now. Maybe we could ask the navigator on the ship what the bearing is, and then pass that along and tell them to meet us here, and that we'll try to wait here as much as we possibly can.
All right.
You know that you're going to be in the Bay of Piety in 2 days.
Yeah, but
With
I
this
think we're still wanting to maybe just sit. I mean, unless you guys.
We're waiting for the Palmbringer now, right?
Yeah, wait for the palm
you
bringer
want-
before we get to the Bay of Piety.
Okay, so you don't want to meet the Palmbringer in the Bay of Piety. You want to wait outside of the bay and until the Palmbringer meets
Yeah.
up with you? Okay.
So we can squat up, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that'll take like 5 days rather than the whole 6 days of a week. Or like perhaps a little less. We'll see what happens. Are you letting them know to leave? Are you sending them a message like Hurt and
Yeah,
Captain Avery to leave now?
Yeah, I'm just. Do we want the cannons or not?
Yeah.
do.
I think when in doubt, I think we should always have our cannons with us.
Well,
Yeah.
I was thinking keep 4.
How many
Let's-
cannons can we outfit on our ship, I guess, is the question.
Our ship's only suited for 1.
Oh,
We're not even supposed to have cannons.
then I guess we don't really need them. Can the Sudamaburo use them?
Yeah, that's.
Is our ship suited for cannons? AJ?
I mean,
for
that's
DM?
where we got some of these.
If I
cannons.
remember, you got some of the cannons from the Sutamabora, so you could refill what is on the Sutamabora and still have a bit left over.
Okay.
Is it hypocritical to have any cannons at all?
It's not beyond the realm of imagination to get gun ports installed should you find yourself a good shipwright in harbor.
Well, perhaps Nemung, we can maybe do that.
Yeah.
Isn't
I say bring them.
Isn't the cannons from the Hmong military?
Technically, quite a few of the cannons that you have on board are from the Red Lion Syndicate.
Did we leave
God,
enough
well,
cannons for
hired-
long deck to defend itself?
Long deck.
I know
I
you're
think
Yeah,
we
wrong.
oh,
already
yeah.
gave half of them to.
We
Yeah.
did, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that was a war galleon. Like,
Yeah, okay.
that Red Lion
32.
Syndicate ship had as much cannons as the Sutamabora did.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I say
essentially.
bring them.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's. I think their worth in the long haul is going to be more than hopefully the half a
Couple
day.
of days, yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah, we'll see. So you just say, hey, meet us south of the entrance to the Bay of Piety.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically wherever.
Yeah,
Get
I got
the
you.
bearings, you know. all that.
I got a spot in mind. Don't worry about it. Cool. You do so. You feel the water eventually start to, throughout the process of being cleaned, go from hot to warm to lukewarm to a tad bit cold. And then you feel soft flesh upon the inner parts of your ear as this young Tananawi kind of gives you a subtle kiss. And
Ooh.
just says in a very thick accent, thank you. and picks up their stuff and hurries away.
That was cute.
Yeah. A pleasure.
You get a look, you lock eyes with one of the guards that's kind of a look of, that follows the young Tananui up the stairs with a bit of a tiny smile on their face and then locks eyes with you, as if to say, without words, that's what we're fighting for. And you settle down into rest, into your hammocks. Sleep takes you quickly. Your bodies are beaten, bruised, and exhausted. A scoop, Nakano, please roll wisdom saving throws for me.
Could I do the
Whoa.
Owl's of Wisdom as well at level 4? Or
I'm sorry?
I said, can I do a spell Owl's Wisdom at level 4 before we go to bed?
Yeah,
As
you can
per
do that.
usual.
Yeah, you do the whole enhanceability thing.
Yep.
Stop scratching your microphone.
I didn't even that time. It's just my ring touched the metal for a second. Oh my god.
God damn it, Angela, what was you did?
Yeah.
What?
Give him a
Put a
metal
ring
ring.
on it.
You put a ring on it.
Ah.
So it would just go to Machete and me and Noel. Cameron's probably passed out.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, nice.
Yeah.
Don't you guys ever get to just sleep without horrifying, crazy dream?
When you're a
Okay,
death
so-
warden and one with part of your stone flesh being stone from another worldly entity, maybe not.
So I used a World Inspiration, and then I got a natural 20.
Ooh. So a dirty 20 and a natural
Actually, no, I
20.
didn't need to. It was at Wisdom, so I didn't need to use a Inspiration.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So what was it, a dirty 20?
It was a natural 20.
Oh, because you were at advantage. I understand, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you do advantage too?
Nakano?
What's up?
Did you
Did you
roll at
do it-
advantage because he had given you enhance ability before you went to sleep?
No.
Do it.
You
Go
can roll
ahead.
again, see if you get higher.
Nope.
Okay.
I'll give you a World Inspiration. It's been a long day. Go ahead, do another one.
You rolled
Do
really
it
well,
again?
didn't you? Anyone?
I did dirty 20.
She got a dirty
It's a dirty
20.
20.
It don't matter.
Hold on.
For a second.
Yeah.
You can save
Okay,
that for later.
fine. No, it's
Okay.
I think that's pretty good.
okay. Okay.
Nakano, you have this vision of what you and Machini had left behind on the dark side of the moon. A deactivated well while these kind of shutters and flitters of these shutters and flashes of a deactivated well hall that seems to be trying to be strangled by this roiling mass. It seems to be angry, upset that it's cut off in this fashion. A scoop, you have this small vision of you lounging on the beachfront, not too far from the shore, not too far from your village, on the shore and in the beachfront in like swim trunks. Your stone part exposed to the sun. You reach down, you touch it absentmindedly. You lift your hand up, and the stone comes up and follows you like a magnet. Not out of your skin, but extends. And you kind of shake your hand, and it snaps off, and you see as it recedes back to that moment, or it forms a wrist and a hand, and it begins to like stretch its fingers and crack its knuckles, and you see it like change as another hand comes
Can you
out.
speak up a little bit more?
It
I'm
begins
sorry.
to change as another hand comes out of it, and another hand and another hand. It begins to just form almost what looks like small scale mail, but large. The scales being these fingered hands clasped together and flattened upon each other. And you don't know what that means? Go
I
ahead.
don't know what it means.
You tell me. What is it? What does you want to do?
Is it possible to let it spread to understand if I can control it? Like, it's hard since I couldn't decrease it.
Right.
Maybe I can.
Yeah, we had
Like-
spoken about like there was the possibility of you possibly being able to control it, and it appears that like there's something about your experience with the like void, and how it had such an aversion to it, like something you have learned, like a part of your mind, the recesses of your mind and your understanding that now has seen what non-existence looks like, perhaps allows you to understand what is this thing that is not a thing that's on your body. Is possible. Is that what you command it to do?
Does it to spread?
Is that what you wanted to do? Do you want it to spread, or what do you? If you're trying to command it, what if that's what you're trying to do? What are you
Yeah,
saying?
I just want to see if I can actually command it.
What is it? What is it you're commanding to do?
Just spread a little bit more, I guess. Or
Okay, you see like 3, 4, 5, 12 more hands come out as it starts to go up your rib cage rather than down your leg, up your rib cage, almost in the inverse of the location that the hands from the void had grabbed you in, and like approach your armpit and the connective tissue between your pectoral and your shoulder.
can I see if I can like decrease it? Like move the main part to the arm now? Or pectoral?
You
Like move the
go ahead. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Like locate the entire now
Yeah.
mass to a different part of your body. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
That's a no-go. That's a dirty one.
31.
A dirty one.
A dirty one.
It's almost like you saved that world inspiration for a different reason. No, that's not right.
Fine. 15.
15. You
Yeah.
concentrate as you're kind of in this like fluid, weird state and this kind of foggy, dreamlike state, and you feel like a colony of ants moving across your skin, and like the numbness change location. The spot that was originally stone is no longer stone as it travels up and along your arm and covers the entirety of your arm all the way up to your wrist, like a fingerless glove. Is now all in this type of
Is it
odd stone.
Mobile or no?
Yeah, you can move it. It has all of the same, axes of momentum, all the degrees of motion. It doesn't seem to make noise like stone up against stone. Either it feels organic, but it looks like stone or ore or metal. Or like you're not quite sure what this material is, but it was the same material that the idols were made out of.
Okay. That's
And it looks like scale mail of hands, like folded onto each other.
cool. I mean, that's all. I'll just wait for Mesheni then. If she wants to do anything.
Okay.
I mean, do I see anything?
This is
that's-
in his dream.
I know. I'm
Oh.
asking on the
Ah.
outside. Do I see anything that's happening to either of them? Because I am keeping watch.
Are you going to stay up the whole night?
I mean,
Yep, until they're ready to go to sleep, and then I'm gonna sleep, and I'm
Okay,
gonna sleep.
I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw then, because it's been a very long day. Let's see if you get a point of exhaustion.
Fuck.
Nat one.
I'm
Okay,
gonna give
you
you
get-
one inspiration.
No, it's okay because I'm gonna go to sleep.
You're gonna lose the exhaustion immediately.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna go to
okay,
sleep.
Sorry.
With the nat one, you'll be getting 2 points of exhaustion.
Okay.
Oh, we got 7 days.
Yeah.
We'll just take
Okay.
a double sleep.
So you
Double
you-
sleep.
You push yourself past the wall of your energy and you push further. Something about that moment with that child has allowed you to stay awake through this just unimaginable fatigue. You do notice in this moment something creep out of the sleeve of a scoop as what looks like the spell Stone Skin, kind of, as you're familiar with such a spell, wrap around his arm, but it's not stone. This is a different material. This is what the fetishes were made out of. It, like you have this sudden like feeling of panic, like, oh no, like what's happening? You know how they can enter dreams, like what is happening in his dream? Like, why is this going like that? And then you see the hands begin to define themselves more as they form like large hand-sized scale mail types of armor made out of this ore stone material all the way down his arm and hand.
Does Sheni know anything about this, possibly? That Masheni would gather? No.
No. Because Log hasn't told us either, so y'all need to tell us shit. That's all I'm saying.
Listen. you
But
got
now I'm
something.
seeing. Now I'm actually seeing this, and I'm going to touch you with like a broomstick or something to kind of
You
wake
poke
you
him
up.
with the stick. You got it.
Hey, wake up! There's stone.
So your purpose is to interrupt his rest.
Yeah, because this is weird. I was keeping an eye on them because I know that weird. Because
Okay.
Scoop asked,
Brad.
wanted to see if weird stuff happened, and
What?
Okay. You poke him with like a broomstick or something, like some detritus that you have, something, a ruler, a broomstick, it doesn't matter.
yeah,
On the stone or on his body? Or like on his flesh?
on his shoulder.
On his shoulder? So the shoulder down to like the arm until it becomes a fingerless glove?
Not
The
not
other
on
shoulder?
not on the spot that's
Okay,
stone, but
you
I
poke
still
him. You feel disturbed. Do you want to wake up a Scoop?
I'll let the roll decide.
there you go. Yeah.
A 3. What does that mean?
You tell me. You're the one who decided to do a self-imposed roll.
I don't know. What do you mean?
Usually,
Did you have
okay.
a rule in Argent Flame?
Usually lower rolls for con, like that type of save is you wake up. Higher rolls is you don't wake up.
I wake up then.
Okay. You wake up a little startled and a little sudden, and you feel the broomstick that you're holding get stiff very quickly and stuck in space all of a sudden as you look down, and one of the hands that was a scale on his other arm has reached across his body and grabbed firm that thing that was poking him as he like has reacted this whole, just how some people wake up and like grab the knife they have under their pillow and it's like, what are you doing, why are you waking me up type of thing, and just react. This thing has done the same.
Okay, I let go. Say, Scoop! And I just get ready for, like, I have my hand on my weapon to try to...
Am I normal?
No,
you have a
see
freaking hand
No,
right there.
dude.
This is not good. What is happening to you?
I mean, Nakano and Tamron are asleep, but
Yeah,
That was Sean reacting. Sorry.
yeah.
yes, but you do appear to see what has happened to you in the dream has affected your conscious body.
What is this? I mean, it looks like stone skin, but that is not. This is not the same, and definitely it doesn't grab back. Like, I know I've had a long day, but my goodness, this is.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what this is.
I get.
It just
Can you-
appeared. I don't.
Where. It looks
Oh.
like a spreading. Where else is it on your body?
It's just the arm now, right?
Yeah, it's no longer where it was before. It's migrated.
I mean, it was. It's not there.
What do you mean it's not there?
It was there before, but now it's on my arm. I mean, I thought that I moved it. My thoughts. I don't know how to explain this.
So you had
What?
something before that was wrong with you, and you didn't. What
thought-
is this?
I don't know. It appeared when I made the. I think when I made the deal. With.
How long has it been? Like a couple weeks? Is that?
Yeah, maybe a week, 2 weeks. It feels like years.
Oh, I mean, doves. Yeah. I take my hands off my weapons.
I mean, I feel fine though, and it never hurt me. Just, I was
Yeah.
always more worried about Nakano because every time something would spread, it would affect Nakano would feel bad or something.
Okay.
Or at least that's what I gather. But she seems happy in her sleep right now. Look at her.
Yeah, I know. She's like a big old smile on her face. I mean, I think. I
That hard cut to Nakano weaving a web in her dream. There's this huge fucking web over this massive treasure hoard with a bunch of like shitty people stuck in her web. She's like, I'm gonna suck you dry. Do, 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 gonna eat you.
yeah.
So, and she just like walks up just like the queen and goes like, I think I might just stick this knife right. Oh, it goes in quite nicely.
She must be thinking.
Beautifully.
About yeah.
Beautifully.
Goes in
Really?
beautifully.
Pop down my lens and start just taking a closer look. I don't touch him, but I still just try to take a closer look to ascertain what's going on from a medical perspective.
You get the same exact feeling from this, from investigating it. No roll required, just because you have guys so much experience with this, as you did the fetish. What you don't hear is whispers.
That's good. I hated those whispers.
I do too.
It's the fetish. I mean, it's not affecting our sleep, but in the whispers, but
I figured it was a fetish, right? But
I mean, it's the same stone.
it clicked, but it clicked when that big blue, big boba,
Big boba, yeah.
gave Tamarin the statue.
All right, that's in
I'm
the
like,
tome
those-
right now.
Yeah, it was a
Statue that
Fearbulk,
looks like a
right?
scoop. Kind of, yeah, like a Fearbulk.
Yeah.
So that means his scoop fucked up.
Okay. And you could control this with your mind, in your sleep.
I could
That's what
try
you're-
to do it right now. Can I just
Yeah.
do just
try.
like a I don't know, like a sports sleeve or something?
Sure, you can like find some canvas or something to like wrap it up if you want.
No,
Try
no,
to
no,
keep it
no.
hidden.
Change it to a sports sleeve, like
Like,
the fetish thing.
Just like a
You said
different
it was
orientation.
yeah. I'm
Yeah,
just trying
yeah. If you want to,
relocate
be
it.
like from under your armpit to over to your wrist. Yeah, you can do that if you like.
Oh, okay.
As you do so, like the hands come out and they flay, and then they refold back into what it was.
I
Okay.
mean,
It
this is new to
feels
me.
good.
Yeah.
Feels really good.
In what sense?
It feels
Gotta watch
like
your hands now.
I have more control over my body. Like I have another like thing. It feels like what it might feel like for us to get like superpowers type of feel, like that type of like, whoa, I have like another sense.
I mean,
that's
okay,
what he
now
can do, I
I'm
guess.
fascinated. But all right, do you mind? I mean, I'm gonna watch you anyway, in your sleep. Are you okay with like me touching you and doing some experiments a little bit in your sleep? Because this is fascinating. If you can control this, if we can figure out how to actually apply this to something else or some facsimile, think of adjustable armor on the fly.
So
Think
that's
about
what
it.
Macheni means to say, but what comes out is, if you can adjustable
Yeah, I think
and
you did your job
Armor?
for the night.
you know when you get like you're so tired that you're delirious
Yeah.
and you just start saying weird words like, but we're on the wall, and you know, and then hands.
I think you did. Oops, sorry. I think you did your job for the tonight.
Okay, as long as
mean,
you've got an. You sure you're not sleepy?
I think you're sleepy. I'm sleepy too.
I'm not sleepy. You're sleepy. Boop.
And Machete just collapses and just goes face plants into the deck.
That was amazing.
Scoop falls over.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Both y'all go back to sleep.
It got caught in
You
my
s-
headphones.
You both sleep throughout the night, late into the day, like into the noon hours of the day.
God.
There's a moment where Machini
She
wakes
does
up
still have
and it's-
one point of exhaustion.
Yeah, and she's exhausted and she just goes straight back to sleep.
Just stay here. My goodness. All right. I'm so sorry.
So she comes up for the moment when the rest of you wake up and go like, hey!
Hey.
And then rather than going face planting back, she just falls backwards and hits her head on the back and falls asleep like that. Perfect. It doesn't get much better than that. So a scoop. You now have your AC permanently increased by 1 due to this armor. The rest of you, you all level up to level 10, given what has happened.
Wow.
And we'll talk about that more of like
Yeah.
yeah, we'll talk
Wait,
about that more
me too?
during the gluten talk. Everybody does, yes. It's just a
okay.
scoop also gets the permanent +1 to his armor class
Alright.
with this. So that's the pro. We'll see what it costs.
Everything.
And we'll talk about more than that during gluten talk. But you do wake the next day. There is food provided for you at a point in which you guys have washed and gotten yourself together. The Seeker does eventually meet with you, Tamarin, once you're doing your own thing, and says, "You said you had questions for me."
Maybe less than I did after our conversation yesterday, but
I should have seen that coming.
yeah.
Kind of smirks.
I have a concern. I don't know if you know where we were last couple of days, but we went to speak with Masha Ehrenbach. And she seems out to get me. Well, out to get us, I should say. All of me. Anybody associated with me for some
Do
reason.
you know why?
It might have something to do with the knowledge that I possess and the things that I've come across.
Such as?
I don't want to burden more people with knowledge that's apparently dangerous.
You do not want to burden the Seeker of things that are unknown by most with knowledge?
Well, I guess I don't know. I'm just afraid of the knowledge that I have, and I'm afraid to say it out loud, I guess.
That is a good fear. Fear is important. It keeps you alive.
But something
if
that
you
she
are
mentioned to
asking
me. Well, the thing that I want to ask you, the thing that scared me a little bit, was that she asked us if we knew the Watcher. And that seemed like an out of left field question. But I
faster
didn't
than last time.
understand why she asked us that. Faster than last time, you said?
Yes.
Which did she delay in asking that question in the past?
There are things, many moving pieces that I think you know.
Yeah.
You have seen, and I can tell that you have seen yourself and many of yourself, or learned of it.
The Watcher, another one?
There are resources in existence and in our world that must be used in order to activate, accommodate, and facilitate certain actions. Unlike just as energy, gold, wood, coal, powder. Some can make what is finite infinite if they know where to look. The Watcher watches. I seek. The Keeper keeps, and the Sleeper sleeps. If Marsha is seeking the Watcher, then we are already on a path.
We're already on a path, you said?
Yes.
Well, we didn't give her any information about the Watcher.
Smart.
We try not to give her as little information as possible.
If what I have found is correct, you know what she keeps for herself.
Yeah.
And it is because she yearns for what you and yours have.
She's jealous.
She wants to control you because of what you have become, will become, are becoming. And as the nature of this paradigm, the finite can become the infinite. So why not consolidate?
Well, why is it me? I mean, wouldn't technically everybody have multiples of themselves across multiple universes? Why is she targeting me specifically? Is it because I just happened to dig up some random shit?
Perhaps. Perhaps it is the same type of question of the origin of the universe itself. Why was it that particle that started it? Why that one specifically? Perhaps it is just chance. And like ripples among the waves of time and space, things have changed. And patterns have fulfilled themselves. But what do you mean about what you found?
Well, you know, the knowledge that I have that Masha seeks.
Such as?
I'm really not trying to say it out loud these days.
Would you care to write it? Or commune with me?
It's just that I don't know what to do with this knowledge, and I just would rather.
Do you think she seeks it from you?
Yeah.
So if she has many of you, and she seeks and that appears to grant her great power, and she seeks something else, she seeks something greater.
Yeah.
Perhaps there are pieces. Things do not just exist on their own. If she seeks what you are and what you may be and what you will become and what you are becoming, in order to harness that, then perhaps she seeks your knowledge so she may use what it is that she harnesses.
I feel like I haven't seen the last of her, and I'm afraid to meet her again because I know what she's capable of.
If she is harnessing what you are, there is no last.
Because they did say, we'll just wait for the next one.
Be careful.
I intend to be.
When did this start?
What, her coming after me?
When did the knowledge that she seeks from you start?
I guess the beginning of my independent career as an archaeologist.
Did you make a discovery?
No. I know you're trying to get the information out of me, Seeker, but I don't want to share. I'm really afraid to share it with anybody. I know I trust you, but I'm afraid to tell people this knowledge after what I've been through the last couple of days.
Are you lying when you say no, that you didn't make a discovery?
No, I'm like being sarcastic. Like, I know he knows that I know shit,
Sure.
but like I'm just being like, I'm afraid. Like, after what I've seen the last couple of days, I don't want to share this knowledge because it's too much. It's too powerful. Apparently, like, I didn't realize how big it was, and I just don't want to tell people.
When you throw a large stone into a pond, the ripples reach all shores. Perhaps sometimes they build into waves that crumble nations. You are right to be cautious. But wars, battles, and cautions, defenses, livelihoods are kept afloat, won by information, not by power, not by forces. So, it may behoove you to know more about what you know.
I guess the thing that I'm struggling with now in my mind is the information that I have. Should it be known by anyone? Should I die with this knowledge? That's what I'm kind of debating in my mind.
Only you are the one that can make that choice.
I know, and I need to think about it. But we'll be together for at least a week, right?
Perhaps. Perhaps. If you do not want to tell others, that is your prerogative, that is your right. You are correct to be cautious. However, these types of endeavors are won by information. So perhaps tell yourself more. Learn more. Know more.
Yeah, I mean, I do plan to keep digging,
Nice.
so to speak. Yeah.
Take on.
Yeah.
Okay, so as meta as this conversation has been, there's a rumbling and my tumbling, and I am quite hungry. So I'm going to go receive the breakfast and.
You mean your Dominoes?
As they again leave and go up to the deck, one last question. Do they know what you know?
Well, they've been with me for most of the discoveries, so yeah.
Is
I don't
that
know if they
wise?
know what it means as much. But yeah, they know.
Is that wise?
It wasn't really a choice. It was just that we were all kind of dungeon crawling together, and oops. It was never a choice. It's just that we were all kind of dungeon crawling together, and I certainly couldn't do that alone because we've come across some gnarly shit.
Memory can be a fickle thing. I'm sure your delvings into magic have uncovered some ways to question one's own mind, should you choose to. That is a choice. But one you may not be ready yet to make.
Give me like a couple days.
Of course.
I've received a lot of new knowledge in the last couple days. I just need to process it, figure out where to go from there.
If there's one thing you may have, it may be time. Yes, I think that's right.
Yeah.
I'm very hungry. Excuse me.
Yeah.
The rest of you notice a scoop now with this like arm of hands made out of the fetish material. As he like takes his hand up and moves his fingers around, a bunch of the other fingers kind of go on the other stone and ore across the length of his arm.
Cool sound, guys. It's not like
I just look at it. I'm like, sure, why not? Yeah.
We might be able to get that and figure out a way to actually do something with it other than just on you. I'm sorry, Slunday.
Nakala, you feel like a type. It's odd. You feel compelled by this new appendage that a scoop seems to have. It's, you know, when you see something at the museum and you're like, oh, I really want to touch that. I want to touch that dino fossil. Let me touch it. Let me touch it. Let me touch it. Let me touch it. And like, you just really want to touch it. You kind of get that kind of feeling of like,
Yeah.
new things. Feel.
what's it taste like?
Ew.
It's a salt lamp. That's really what it is. It's just
What do you do?
What did you get?
What happened?
We can't hear you. What'd you say?
Oh, where did you get this?
I'm not sure if it was from the deal I made a while ago. I still don't know what this is. I think it's part of that those monsters we destroyed a while ago. It looks like the same material.
Hmm.
I mean, Machine kind of has a lot. Thinks it is too.
Yeah, looking at it, it's definitely the same material as the idol. But obviously he can control it, and obviously we aren't having like terrible dreams, so I don't know. That's
Interesting.
why it's
Does it
really
hurt?
fascinating.
It hasn't been hurting me, and
Feels good.
it hasn't gave me nightmares, or at least
Hmm.
not that I know of. Not like the ones we had before when we first met, first came across the idol.
So what is it exactly? Like a third arm? Is that what we're looking at?
I think it. I mean, like
Camp's like super quiet. I'm having a lot of trouble hearing him.
I think.
Here.
I mean, I can just make it go where I want. So I guess I just have an additional arm pop up.
It's not.
right
No,
here.
it's not a third arm. It's just.
It's
It's
like
like
scale
wrapped
mail, right?
around your arm. Like it's just.
Oh.
it's
Oh,
not
okay.
skin anymore. It's just that type of like.
I thought it was like
that. No. It's just that fetish material is now around your arm. Looks that kind of like really big scale mail, where the scales are just hands that are just like across.
Here, punch this board.
I mean, my hand's still exposed.
No, with your other hand.
He moved it so that he would have it. Oh yeah.
I'll move it so it's over my hand entirely.
Okay. You. It's hard to do, but you are able to do it.
Bam.
You're starting to get like it's kind of like it's starting to form like clay. You're getting a sense where you're losing the time window of where you need to set it before it starts to like be permanently in that spot. Not like hardened so that the hands can't move that created, but be like this is where it's gonna be now for a while, that type of thing. But you can move it to it, and you punch the board, and you break the board. There you go.
Ah!
Cool. Did you feel the board?
The fingers wiggle.
Jazz hands.
Did it like hurt to punch the board?
Nope.
No.
Whoa.
This is cool. This is what I mean. I wanted to study this because this is
I mean-
wild.
Yeah.
Kind of, you're
think it
like
won't hurt.
want.
What?
There's something in like deep in you, like in the recesses of your mind, that's like want.
Yeah.
Gotta touch. Why do I need to touch this thing? I don't know what it is, but you gotta. It's like when you walk by a bag of sand and you're like, you gotta slap it. Why? You gotta.
You gotta do it.
Nakano, I see that. I see those eyes. Those like begging eyes. I do when I want food. But do you want to touch it?
Yeah. I'll touch it.
You reach out your hand to touch it, and one of the hands separates and like forms a hand to like give you a handshake.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I
cool.
said before. Can I just like do an additional hand?
The hand doesn't separate; it just peels
Oh,
like a
pops up.
banana peel
Okay,
off.
okay,
it
okay,
still stays
okay.
attached. It just
That's so fucking
like
weird.
sprouts off.
Banana hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
One of the hands like splits off and like forms a hand-to-hand shake. Do you shake its hand?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, you shake a hand. A scoop you hear in the back of your mind. Another deal.
What?
And that's where we're gonna end tonight. We'll pick it up
Oh,
next
shit.
time.
You done?
Never
thank
shake
you guys.
your hand.
We'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. We love you very much. We'll see you next time. As always,
Bye.
stay safe out there. Bye.
Bye.